Now scream queen with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light in the darkest times? You make it bright, Live stream dreams, we're all by your side, Keep on doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, Shelly, you're our live stream star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no more. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated grooves. Melody, then get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From rules to the city, I'm the queen of groove. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make you right. Live stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are.
Hey there, what's up? Happy Friday. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama, talking trash and truths. And this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. You have come to Fangool Friday. I didn't know what to put for a title, so I was just hoping to put something you guys would laugh at. But I also gave you another Italian lesson. Anybody that can see the screen under my name, I wrote something that you can say phonetically that is really not nice to say. And it's sfacim. That's the first thing. Angul asard. That's how you say it. So you say sfacim angul asard. But I spelled it out phonetically for you so you could say it. Practice it and trust me, you'll love it. It's very cathartic. You feel very good after you say it, as long as the other person doesn't understand it. It is 8:04, January 12th, 2024. Oh, my goodness. God, the years are just flying by. I was thinking the other day, when I was in the 6th grade, that was what, 1986? Yeah, 1985, 1986. My teacher was like, you guys, let's do a fun math problem. Figure out how old you'll be in the year 2000. And most people got it wrong because they just like subtracted the year or whatever. But I did it like, okay, when it turns the year 2000. So I said, 25. And I was thinking about that and I was like, oh my God, I remember thinking, holy shit, I'll never be that old. Yeah, that age that I never thought I was going to get to. Yeah, that was 24 years ago. So not only did I reach it, I zoomed right on past it. Let's see who's out there this morning. We have Jacob Peets. Hey, how you doing, babe? Cool Gamer, what's up? He said hello, everybody. My Daisy girl, she's here. Happy Friday, baby. Flat-chested. Oh, I'm glad to see you back. That's awesome. She said, hi, Shelly. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too, lovey. All right. We're also going on X and we're on Rumble, and let's see how that goes. I got a funny comment on Rumble. from Darth. He said, "Morning. If I missed the stream, thanks for naming it in my honor. I will try to make it. Glad you're doing this on Rumble too." And he sent a little heart. Yeah, I have to. I have to branch out. I have to go out of my comfort zone. Is it, a good idea? Yeah, I think it's going to be a good idea. I think Rumble's the way I got to go. I'm still going to be on YouTube for as long as they let me, but they're tightening their grip on everybody. I think it was yesterday I was watching The Quartering, and he was saying that people are getting slammed. They're getting banned for comments that they leave. And it's like, are you kidding? So now, like, you don't get banned for the comments people leave you, but they will track down the person who left the comment and ban them. That's some shit right there. That is, wow. I mean, I knew that they were going to start like really being a pain in the ass, but that's challenging. And it's a little scary. It's a little scary that we have all these platforms, and I mean, I see people saying some outrageous stuff, showing things that they definitely should not be showing. Yeah, and they're fine. They don't get a spanking. They don't get a strike. They don't get banned. And then you have, people out there who are just trying to like educate you and like make you better, and they're getting slapped around like, somebody's bitch. I hate that. I really do. I hate that they want to control the words we say, because I didn't grow up thinking that America was like that. I knew my family was like that, but they were toxic as fuck. So it's like, I feel like, YouTube is taking over for my family. Like, I don't have my family anymore to control me. So here comes Google. They'll do it for me. Luckily, I haven't suffered personally from that yet. I'm sure that's in the not too distant future, but that's why, building up the Rumble. So if you are on Rumble, make sure you find me and give me a follow. And you can always find me on Rumble during my show, or you'll find me Sundays on Rumble with Winning Reality when we do our documentary, old school documentary watch party, and we watch a movie. We always have fun watching some old 80s movie. I'm not entirely sure what's coming up, if it's going to be like Animal House or I don't know. That I draw blanks in my head. My brain is just God's own private mystery. Today, I wanted to talk about like a whole bunch of stuff that's gone down. And there was a conversation I had last night that I want to touch on, because it just, I don't know. I was talking to Winning, and I was telling him about something that I cook, or a cookie or something. And it wound up with me talking nonstop for like 2 hours. I can't say a word. And I was like, "Are you tired?" He was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh, damn, I put him to sleep." But I was reminiscing about different things that I know how to cook. And it took me down this road, and I was like, you know what? I want to talk about that tomorrow. I want to like mention a couple things, like definitely like maybe get into a recipe and encourage everybody to go to Discord and throw their recipes up on there, because I love to try new stuff. I love to learn how to cook new things. And I'm like I said, food is my love language. Cooking for people, baking for people. That's my love language. And I've been mute for like 2 years. So occasionally I get to make something, but I just hate my kitchen. I don't like my kitchen. It's too small. There's just no room. I have no counter space. So like, that's what I'm looking forward to. So we'll get into that. But I did want to do like a roundup for the week. So much has happened this week. We had the Trump town hall. That was amazeballs. He was very reserved. I thought he wasn't, overly caustic or insulting. He was funny. Oh God, he was funny. He was truthful. And everybody's like, oh, he didn't answer this question. He didn't answer that question. No, he didn't answer the question the way you wanted him to, or to the degree that you wanted him to. But you got to understand, he's running for office against people who will use every single word out of his mouth against him. Hey, look who showed up. It's T-Rex Trucking and Wolfram. One pulls up and the other wipes his paws. I love it. I love it. T-Rex is like the Jew tunnels. We'll talk about that too. But maybe. I mean, everybody's heard about the Jew tunnels. And I know that somebody like hired somebody to fill them in with cement and everybody's like all butthurt over it. But no, like the town hall, I thought it went really well. There was like a, you know, how do I say it without getting screwed over by YouTube? There was a question about, you know, pro-life or pro-choice or whatever. And he's very much pro-life. However, he understands that circumstances exist where that's just not, it's not feasible. It's not something, you know, it's not good for anybody. And I mean, I've heard the arguments and I've had people like get in my face about it. And they're like, well, she should just put it up for adoption. Okay. Like if you're violated and that results in a pregnancy, I understand. I don't agree with the, you know, like what has to happen, but for you, maybe it has to happen. Adoption isn't the answer because for 9 months, you are giving your body up to grow this little person that you are going to be bonded with. You are going to fall in love with, and it's the result of a horrific thing. And no matter how much you love that baby, that's the real torture because you will love it. But yet you'll always be reminded of that trauma. So, I mean, I get that. That can mess you up mentally. And people are just like, oh, well, you know, she's just got, it's just 9 months. It's 9 months every day, every second of that day. You know, there's a baby in your belly. It's not like we ever forget we're pregnant. It's not like getting a haircut and then you walk past the mirror and you're like, oh my God, I forgot I changed my hair. No. Like you feel that baby all the time and you bond with it. I still remember both my kids, the very first kick. I remember the first flutter. When I was pregnant with Katie, I mean, she was like my first, you know, pregnancy that I got to see out to the end. And I was sitting on my mother's couch and I was next to my mother. Her husband was on the other couch, the love seat. Jose was little. He was laying on his dad under the blanket, like watching TV. I had one sister that was sitting like at my feet, leaning back against my calves, or against my shins, I should say. And the other sister was like tucked up underneath me to the right of me. And my mother was to the left. And it was just, we were ha ha ha. And then it got real quiet. We're watching. All of a sudden I felt this like boop. And I was like, what the hell? I'm not going to lie. First, I thought I was like, oh, it's a gas bubble. I was like, well, let's hope I can, you know, like not embarrass myself. But I was like, whatever. Because let me tell you something. When you're pregnant, farts happen. Okay? They just do. And I'm sitting there and then I was like, what was that? And then right away, like within like 10 seconds, there was boop, boop. And I was like, oh. And I was like, oh my God. And it was, everyone's like, oh my God, what's the matter? What's the matter? The baby kicked, the baby kicked, the baby kicked. And that was it. And from that day forward, somebody's hand was always on my stomach. Always. The kids were fascinated by it. And I just remember how happy I was. And that's when it hit me. I mean, I knew I was pregnant. I knew I had a little, you know, like person in there. But I woke up like, in that moment, I was like, oh my God, I got a little person in my belly. Like, it was just like, oh my God, this shit is real. Like, oh my goodness. So, I mean, it leaves such an effect on you. Katie used to get the hiccups all the time when I was pregnant with her. It never failed. The minute I laid down to go to sleep, my stomach would start jumping. And I'm like, what the hell is that? I didn't know what it was at first. And then I told my doctor, he was like, oh, she's got the hiccups. And I was like, what? I was like, how'd she have she's not swallowing any air. He was like, yeah. He was like, they do that. He was like, some people never know what that feels like. He was like, what does it? And I was like, it's weird. It's like she's like, beating a drum. I was like, it feels like I have the hiccups, but not where it's normally supposed to be. And he was just like, but it doesn't hurt. I was like, no. And he was like, just enjoy it. And I took that and I ran with it. I enjoyed everything about my pregnancy. I'll tell you, I am one of those women who loves being pregnant. I love the whole thing. Even with my son, even though he had me like with morning sickness, I was like at the end of my 5th month. Good God, that child was trying to kill me. But we're from a new member. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, I became a YouTube member. Awesome. Awesome sauce. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, I appreciate that. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to the crew. Yeah, no, I mean, I loved every single bit of it. Every bit of it. I talked to my belly all the time. I played music. When I was pregnant with Connor, I had these headphones that I had stretched the metal out. Remember the old, over your ears, little cheap 99-cent headphones? Thank you for the stream, Shelly. No, thank you for being here. I can't do without you guys. You're here for me to talk to. I love it. But you're most welcome. Yeah, I used to stretch out this pair of 99-cent headphones and I would put them on my belly and I'd play music. Now I know they're like, play Mozart, play, whatever, like Chopin or whatever. I played a little of that. Mostly it was like golden oldies. So this kid came out, he knew the tune of Beyond the Sea because I used to sing it to him all day long. And as soon as I had him and he was the first time I had to put him to sleep, I started humming it and he just he had that look, he looked at my face and I was just like, you remember that song? You remember that, don't you? And he just giggled and he went right to sleep. So, I mean, everything that goes on around you, they know, they pick up on that. So I made sure with Katie, I tried to be as happy as possible. It was very hard with Katie because I was very young. But I always tried to have fun and, laugh and try to keep things light. But it was rough. I mean, I had no money, no prospects. Everybody was mad at me. And if people came over, they'd be like, go hide in the bathroom. I wasn't allowed to be around people because for shame, oh my God, you're 21, unmarried and pregnant with a half Puerto Rican baby. We need to hide her. It was I was like, what the fuck am I, Anne Frank? It's just, it was horrible. They literally would be like, go upstairs. Don't make a sound. Are you kidding me? It's whatever. So, there was that. But when I was pregnant with Connor, I was like, you know what? Fuck everybody. I am just going to be happy. My aunt was like, how are you going to manage? Because I will. You can't raise Katie and have another baby. Don't tell me what I can't do. Don't. Well, how are you going to do it? I will. How do you know? Because I have no choice. See, to me, failure is not an option. I might screw up and have to pick myself up again, but giving up and failing, that's unacceptable. Not an option for me. So I have to always find a way. And I do. I always find a way. Sometimes I'm pulling my hair out in the process, but at the end of the day, there's always a way to overcome something. It may take longer than you thought. You may have to make huge sacrifices, but it's worth it in the end if you can do it. And if you want it bad enough, you're going to find a way. When he was asked that question and he gave that very this is the exception and whatever, I understood it. And everybody's like, oh, he didn't answer the question. Yes, he did. But he can't alienate people. He can't take a hard stance, because if he does, he won't get elected. And then whatever he wanted to do is a moot point, because he won't have the power to do it. So, I mean, sometimes you got to they're going to play the game. You got to make the game work for you. He knows how to do that. You know, the same way they said, the lady said, how would you? And he just said that he was going to do it, that it was his intention. He reassured her that, you know, no, I'm going to do it. I'm not going to tell you how, because you don't show your hand when you're playing cards. You don't show somebody, you don't tell them your strategy. If you want to win, you keep that shit close to the vest. You keep it quiet. One thing I've learned, when I have plans to do something, I don't tell people. Because even the people that love you the most can sometimes unintentionally sabotage you. They don't mean to, but they do it anyway. You know, loose lips sink ships. So sometimes you just got to keep it under wraps. And if you believe in the man, that's not going to stop you. The fact that he's not telling you his, you know, plans or whatever. He told you his plans. He just didn't say the details or the how to. Because one, anybody could turn it around and use against him. And two, now they know what to look for. They know how to set up roadblocks because they have time. You know, he's got to keep it within the circle that he trusts. And then when he gets the power, jump right in and do it. And that's the way he's going to be effective. That's how businesses are run. You don't tell everybody your plans until it's go time. You know, and that's with anything in life. You know, if you're going to do something, why tell somebody unless you're absolutely certain you're going to do it and do it now? You know, if you have an idea, are you going to throw that idea out there and then, like, say you're not going to do it for 3 to 6 months? Well, now that person has 3 to 6 months to forget that you said it. And, oh my goodness, that's my idea. Because some people are like that. They go, oh, you know what? That's a really good idea. I'm going to try that, but I'm going to do it tomorrow. And then your idea is no longer your idea. And now you look like a copycat when you try to do it. So why screw yourself? So I get it. I completely get why he answered the questions that he did the way he did. And I wish people would have a little bit more common sense. You know, you didn't get what you wanted. Boo fucking who. None of us did. Every day you go around not getting what you want in one way or another. It's okay. You know, don't be so selfish. Like, you want the answer, but by you not getting the answer, you're allowing him to, you know, be a benefit to millions. It's not about you. It's about the collective. It's about the people who need the help, who need the change. So I was on board with that. Vivek, I liked his thing with Tim Pool. I did. I enjoyed that. Some of the questions were a little long. But I like the things that he had to say. I just don't think he's ready. I would love to see him as press secretary. Somebody brought that up and I was like, yes. I was like, oh, yes, put him up against the reporters. You're like, oh, guess what, mainstream media? This is what we got for you. Here you go. Have fun. Go for it. Because he would school them, I think. He would keep them like, he'd be completely like up front, but he would keep them hopping. Like, they would have to step up their game. And I don't think they would be able to turn his narratives around on him with any effectiveness. So I think that would be a really good thing. I know it seems like a huge demotion from presidential candidate to press secretary, but he's got a lot to learn. Because the fact that he went out there and was like, I think we need young legs, you know, I love Trump, but I think I should. Yeah, okay, that's all well and good, but, you know, I need somebody who knows how to do business. Like, I need somebody who's a little established. And then on Benny, when Benny was talking about, you know, like all the different things, it was such a good time watching Benny that night. And then the next day, he was talking about, you know, all the different things that went on. and he made his prediction for Trump's VP runner. And he thinks it's going to be Tucker Carlson. And I was like, bro, that would be. And everyone's like, oh, but he's not really politician. Well, Trump wasn't a politician either. Trump was a TV personality. He was, you're fired. That was what everybody knew him for. They knew he was a businessman. What is Tucker? Tucker is a very successful businessman, and he is the product that he sells. He's a TV personality. He loves uncovering, shit. He loves talking truth. And look at that, talking truth. Look at me. And he'll talk a little trash. I mean, he's got a special little place in my heart, I tell you. But I enjoy him. I don't trust anybody 100%. I mean, I trust one person. But as far as media or whatever, any kind of politician, there's always going to be a degree of bullshit, but there's a line and they don't step over that line. I feel, at least not frequently. And at this point, it's that's the best case scenario we're going to get. I can't have this friggin', if you saw Haley against DeSantis, oh my God. First of all, they were the most boring, severe looking people. DeSantis was smiling. I was like, oh my God, it's the Willy Wonka smile. Because he was just hard. His teeth, his mouth wouldn't open. I was like, did he get them clean just for this? What the fuck? Somebody told him smile more. I guess maybe he watched Hamilton. Talk less, smile more. No, talk more, smile less, because you're terrifying when you smile. And then she's sitting there with her friggin' plastic face, and she's I don't know, she's the dollar store general version of Sarah Palin. I don't like her. Hey, Outpost, what's up? Happy Friday. I don't like her. I don't trust her. I think every word out of her mouth is absolute crap. But I don't trust either one of them. Chris Christie dropped out. Thank God. Oh, how I hate Krispy Kreme. I hate him. Hate him. But I'm from Jersey. I get to do that. I mean, he did screw us over completely. So yeah, I have every reason to hate him. But that was that whole thing. But watching those two, because his hot mic moment, how beautiful was that? How beautiful. I was like, oh, you fat ass big mouth. It was so typical. And I'm sitting there listening to the hot mic moment. And I was like, bro, you're from Jersey. You should know to shut the fuck up when the mics are around. But nope. He was just like, you know what? I'm going to say whatever. And at that point, I don't think he cared. I really don't. I mean, he's unintentionally funny. He really is. I can't stand him. Outpost said, fuck that. I hate him too. I'm out of the loop. What did he say? Well, he went on to say that, basically Nikki Haley is punching above her weight, which is hilarious coming from somebody who can't even finish a political race, let alone any other kind of race. He basically said she's gonna get smoked. She just doesn't have the chops to do what needs to be done, and nobody really likes her. And he said that DeSantis called him petrified. Yeah, and they cut him off. But I believe I heard him start to say petrified that I was going to drop out, because then he'd be stuck with just fucking Vivek and Haley, and he didn't want that. He needed somebody to, I guess if I'm DeSantis, I wouldn't want Chris Christie to drop out till last minute, because I want somebody else out there to take the hits. I want the easy target. And Chris Christie is it's literally hitting a barn. But it's just, you can't miss when you take a shot at him. You just can't. Outpost said she's out of her league. She's out of her depth. And that's what he was saying. He's she is not up to this fight. Flat chested. The phrase smile more reminds me of YouTuber Roman Atwood. Not watched him in a while. Yeah, I don't know who that is, Roman Atwood. I'll have to look. Let me write it down. Uh, I like finding new YouTubers. I'm tired of watching the same old thing over and over. I went purging the other day. I was just like, I left all my subs like there. I was still subscribed to like everybody, but I was like on my page. I was like, not interested, not interested, not interested, not interested, because they send me the same people all the time, and I'm like, I already know they're going. I have notifications for that. I don't need you to tell me. But you know, YouTube likes to. Okay. So on my feed wall yesterday, first of all, they sent me like, I think there was a total at the end. Hey, Daisy's over on Rumble. What's up, girl? They sent me like on my feed wall, like 30 at the end of the, like maybe 10 minutes. I refreshed like twice. They sent me like 30 winning reality intros and stuff like that. And I was like, what the hell? Because I never see him on my feed wall. He's always, you know, because he's just, I go over there enough. They know they don't have to tell me that he's live. But they sent me all this stuff. Happy Friday, Rabbit. Happy Friday. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're feeling better. I do. I've been thinking about you and Inya, and like everybody's just so sick. Nerd said, so it was an F2 tornado that hit my neighborhood and an F3 tornado hit the beach. Oh, well, I'm glad you're safe and it's over. That was a couple days ago. You're good. It's all right. You know, just remember when they go through, hold on to your ass. I mean, I know what it's like. You forget I lived in Kansas, but I'm the one that runs outside to see the tornado because I'm thiety. You threw me off, nerd. God damn it. So, yeah, no. So anyway, so yeah, I was watching all that, and then Christy said what he said, and I was just like, what? Oh God, he's so stupid. But there's that, and I feel good. Like I feel good going forward. I hope that things go the way I want them to go, because I really can't stand another 4 years of this crap. I can't. I don't think we'll survive it. I know I won't. But I mean, if Trump gets reelected, say Tucker does run, Tucker's popular enough that if he does even a semi-decent job and then runs for the presidency, he could easily win, I feel. So you're looking at a potential 12 years of just salty goodness. It's just so good. And, they're smart. They're good businessmen. Are they the perfect option? No. God, they have flaws. Yes, Trump has so many flaws. But when I look at what's out there, and when I look at what we have to overcome and what we're battling, yeah, he's the dude I want punching for me. So I don't usually come out and say who I'm for, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say who I'm for this time. Lady Awesome, what's up? Happy Friday, lovey. How are you? She said, Grand Rising, beautiful souls. Welcome, welcome. Love you. Glad you're here. We're just bullshitting. Today is just going to be a bullshitting kind of day. I'm just going to be saying everything that's in my head because I just had a lot of stuff like, ruminating up there, rolling around and just making me crazy. I had a really big thing happen yesterday that I might need your help with, but we'll get into that in a minute. So we talked about the politics. We talked about the storms coming up. Apparently, it's hitting Chicago area right about now, and they're bracing for polar vortex and Arctic winds and tons of snow. And then the South they're going to have to brace for yet another round of tornadoes and thunderstorms and really severe weather. And I'm over here in the East Corridor where they converge. Everybody's like, oh, look, there's nothing there. Yeah, the problem is all that shit from Chicago is going to move down and press onto my area. while the stuff from the south is moving up and pressing into my area, and then they meet. And god damn it, it's just ridiculous. We haven't had snow in 2 years. None. And I'm used to like 3-4 feet of snow per winter, at least. Which I know, like out like in Montana or whatever, they're like, that's nothing. Okay, but this is Jersey. You know, when I look out the window and you can't see cars that are parked, it just looks like one big blanket or like little hills of snow. That's a problem because you're not getting to work without your car. And then you get to work and there's nowhere to park. So I mean, I don't have to do that, but like I feel bad for these people because schools, we don't close our schools usually. So yeah, they're like, oh, the kids can make it. Yeah, but what about the teachers? They don't live here. You know, like it's not worth it. We had 1 year where they insisted we go to school and it was just ice. The entire town was covered in snow and ice. It was below zero, so it was like stupidly frigid. And the plows hadn't been out yet, and the city workers hadn't been out, so none of the corners were cleared. None of the streets were cleared. And my friend Lorna, she went and she was on her way to the high school, and she always stopped in at Dunkin' Donuts to get her coffee in the morning. And that morning was no different. But as she was crossing the street to go there, her foot got like lodged into like this like little convergence of ice where there was like a groove. And when she walked, she was so cold she couldn't feel it. So like her foot got stuck. And when she turned, she slipped and broke her ankle in 3 different places. And it's like, oh my God. So she had just gotten over cancer. She had breast cancer. So she had just went through the whole, you know, like chemotherapy. She went through the reconstructive surgery. She was still, you know, not feeling her best. And then she has this happen and her healing is like reduced. She was in this friggin' cast for like 3 months. It was ridiculous. And it never did set right. And all this because they insisted we go to school. And then when we get to school, none of the kids showed up. I literally didn't have one child show up. They showed up, but they didn't. Oh, Rabbit, look at you. Rabbit, sending love and good wishes to all my chatters. Member for 4 months. Aw, I know you've been around from the very beginning. You are one of my OGs. A lot of you here have been around since the very beginning, since I ever even said hi for the first time on YouTube. But yeah, no, you were one of my very first members. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so glad you're still with me. That yeah, I haven't scared you away. She said it's currently 17 degrees here, but snow if it warms up. Yeah. We're supposed to get snow. I'm not exactly hanging my hat on that because tomorrow is supposed to be a high of like 57. I'm like, really? And then it's supposed to drop to, you know, below freezing. And it's like, okay, that's great. But if it's not below freezing for like 2-3 days before it snows, at least, nothing's gonna, like, it's gonna melt when it hits the floor. I kind of just hope it doesn't do that thing where all the pipes freeze. The one thing living in my building, I'm on the 5th floor. If the pipes freeze, I get no water because there's no water pressure. Like it literally drips out of the sink. I don't care about the sink water, but I want to be able to flush a toilet. So I'm assuming I'm going to be filling buckets beforehand like I usually do. Rabbit, oh my goodness. Rabbit gifted 5 memberships. Let's go over to live stream and see. Those went to T-Rex Trucking, Wrestler's mom. Oh, I wonder who that is. Judge Maddie. Heidi, ho. And Nix. I've been thinking about you, Nix. I mentioned you the other day to Winning because I was like, I hope he's doing all right and, you know, he's able to, like, you know, take care of himself. Because I know you had a hard time. I believe you got let go from your job. They like made you go in and then told you. Like, they didn't even tell you to your face. So stupid. Thank you very much, though, Rabbit. I appreciate that so much. So welcome to all our new members. Welcome to the fam. Welcome to the crew. And thank you, Rabbit, for always being around. She said, Shelly T3, you're one of my adopted kids. Love you. Girl, I love you. You always make me smile. I mean, you can hear it. I'm literally sitting here smiling. T-Rex said it's going to be so cold, Arctic blast or whatever. Yeah, it's not the Arctic blast part that bothers me. It's when they talk about that damn polar vortex, because I've experienced that a couple times and it just doesn't go away. It doesn't. It feels like flash freezing is what it feels like. I don't know if you guys ever saw it. There was one time that they were showing like a lake effect kind of thing where the ice was literally just growing. Like the air was just freezing and making like these like really sharp icicles protrude everywhere, and like it literally, like the ice looked like it was alive and moving, and it like went up to houses and like crashed through like, you know, the sliding doors and stuff like that. It was terrifying. It was absolutely terrifying. So yeah, I don't want to go through that. Yep, that happened here in Cleveland County off Lake Erie. I mean, it was the most gorgeous thing to watch. Don't get me wrong. I was fascinated. I mean, more satisfying to watch, you're not going to get something. I watched that over and over and over. It was so like, oh my God. Like, I didn't have the ability back then on YouTube to like slow things down or whatever. Now I would watch that at like 0.25 speed because I want to see it. But it doesn't make it less terrifying. It really doesn't. I was like, oh my God, it's so beautiful. I hope that never happens. I hope that never happens here. You keep that shit over there. I don't want it. I had enough problems with ice storms in Kansas. You know, you're just, oh yeah, beautiful. Everything's covered in snow. You look up and you're like, oh shit. Because just tons of ice hanging off trees and power lines. And you're just like, oh God, that's going to like, and you just knew you were going to lose power. You knew you couldn't drive. You couldn't go out because you get like, you know, pelted by ice. So many people would get knocked out by ice. It was ridiculous. I was happy that I had a husband at that point because I didn't have to go outside. Like, if I had to go to work, I was not going out and cleaning that car. No, dude, that's what I got you for. Get up. Let's go. Chop, chop, lollipop. Time to get up. And he'd be like, oh, yeah, whatever. And he'd be like, it's cold. Bitch, you're from Minnesota. Get out there and go warm up my car. One of us has a real job. Like, I got to go. And he'd bitch about the cold. Then he'd go out in a jacket, t-shirt. Like, he'd have a t-shirt and then he'd have his jacket on top, which was not a winter coat, and shorts with sneakers. And I'm like, you have the nerve to bitch at me that it's cold. Your skin is out. I look like friggin', you know, like I'm going to the, you know, Yukon or whatever. And like I'm getting lost in Siberia, and you look like you're going to the beach on like a kind of windy day. Like, so Judge Maddie, he said, Rabbit, you are the maddest of mad lasses. She is. I love her for it. She crazy. She my fucking cray rabbit. I love it. I love all my crazy girls. I do. If you're not a little crazy, then why are you here? Like knows like, bro. Jacob P said, all of these are reasons I will never leave Florida. Yeah, but you have tornadoes and hurricanes, so you know everybody's got severe weather, which you might be having yet again over the next couple days. There's always a danger anywhere you live. I mean, over here, I have to deal with storm surges, high tides, flooding, and snowstorms. Only recently do we have to deal with tornadoes. I never had to deal with tornadoes living here. And now they're like, tornado warning. I'm like, why? That's not right. Like that, something in here doesn't belong. You know, that does not belong here. That's why we have all these big buildings and everything else. You know, we have mountain ranges that are supposed to stop that shit, but apparently it's a thing now. And I've seen that. Like, I had one, there was one in Jersey City, the next town over from me. There was like, oh, it's not a tornado. It's not a tornado. It's nothing. It's just wind. What are you afraid of? And then it ripped the roofs off of like several businesses for like blocks. And they were like, oh, that's what we're afraid of. Yeah. Because I know we all want to relocate, but I would like it to be voluntary. You know, I don't want to just be picked up and thrown somewhere. Yeah, that's what I had in Kansas. And I still loved Kansas. Every time that damn that freaking siren went off, oh, it was all right. I mean, we had it planned. Everybody knew what they had to do. Even the animals knew where they had to go. So it was, Katie loved it because she just would get wrapped up in a blanket, and I just put her in the bathtub in my bathroom because it was the innermost room of the apartment complex that we lived in, because it was like 4 apartments, like 2 on the bottom floor, 2 on the top. And that was in the middle of everything. So I knew if she was going to have the best chance. So it was her, the dog, the cat, the bird, so they all went in there, give her a flashlight, give her a radio. Cause this is 20 years ago. Give her a radio, some water, a snack. She's fine. Yeah, put some pillows so she's comfortable, and she'd just lay there and be like, da, da, da. The dog would jump in with her. The cat would lay on her. She'd have like the bird cage next to her, and she'd be like, where are you going? Outside. I'm going outside. I'll be back. Because mommy is, retarded and reckless and had a death wish. So I was like, I need to see it. I'm not going to live here and not see a freaking tornado. I thought it would be like the movie Twister or whatever, because I was in my 20s and dumb. It just, the first one that I ever saw a touchdown terrified me. Didn't stop me, but it terrified me. And it was like, it was over a mile away, but I could see it because it was like, Kansas, a lot of it is fucking flat. So you get to see for miles and miles. And there was nothing in my way. And I saw it and I was just like, like, you don't realize how big they are until you see one in person. Because for some reason on camera, they don't look that big. They don't look that intimidating. But when you're there and you see like lawn furniture flying by you like nothing, and you feel like the grass is getting pulled out from underneath your feet, and you look out and you're just like, holy shit. That's when it hits you just how powerful these things are. I mean, the hair would stand up on your arms, and it's a whole thing. We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. Yeah, that was the feeling. Rabbit said, no annoying sirens where I live. Just have to watch the sky. I would be more terrified of hearing the tornado than the sirens. Because the first time I heard one, it really did sound like an oncoming train. It was that kind of like there's a beat to it. They have a certain rhythm. And it's fascinating, but it's also like, you just know that it's like, oh my God, I'm going to die. Oh, gotta get inside. There was that part of me that was like, oh my God, I want to see it. And then there was that survivor in me that said, bitch, get your ass inside and hide. Like, go. Turn off the lights, get in the closet by Katie, because there was a linen closet that they built that you could step into and step to the side. And you were like between the shelving unit where you put the linens and the wall. So even if the door opened, it would have to like suck you out, but it would have to like pull you out and, pull you through the doorway. You weren't right in the doorway. So you had like a little bit more of a chance. I appreciated it. My pantry was like that too, but the pantry was big enough that it was long enough that 2 people could like get in and slide down the wall to the corner, and you'd be okay. I said just missed getting hit by a tornado once. Took off the back porch roof. Oh goodness. That was the main thing that used to happen. Like, it would just relocate anything loose you had. Barbecues, gone. Lawn furniture, patio furniture, gone. But like the shingles, I would go out every single time. And even if the tornado didn't touch down right by me, the wind was enough to rip shingles off the roof. And it was just like, and I'd have to call the office and be like, I'm missing like 20 shingles. Yeah, I don't want the roof to, to leak or whatever. But yeah, it would just decimate like the front. I had one, it had actually thrown a barbecue from like the next unit over, and it hit my door with such force it dented my door in. So like I had this little space at the top and bottom of my door where you could see sunlight and you could, the rain would come in, and I was just like, I need a new door. They were very aggravated. I was like, it's not my fault and I'm not paying for it. But yeah, so anyway, so storms are coming. Everybody just, make sure you're prepared. Make sure you got the shit you need. Have all your French toast ingredients, whatever. That leads me to yesterday. I was telling my son, about the storms or whatever. We were talking about it because he had seen a thing. And he was like, oh, so you're going to get groceries? I was like, no, I'm not going crazy. I just got groceries. They're expensive as hell. Like whatever's in the house, that's what you're eating. I was like, and if it is really bad storms and we lose power, I'm not getting all new groceries for them to go bad. Especially since everything here is electric and I probably can't cook it. So like, yeah, we have plenty of cereal. We have plenty of boxed milk, like the Parmalat milk that you put in the closet, whatever. So, I mean, every year for like the storm seasons, I get a couple of boxes of that and I put it in the closet because they have a good shelf life. And, if we can't drink the milk because the refrigerator is not working, well, at least I have. It's disgusting, but it's milk. So we were going over that whole thing, and he was like, well, I think I want to walk to Acme. Now, Acme is like Kroger or ShopRite or Stop and Shop, whatever. We have that in the middle of town. It's actually a block over from where my mother lives. It used to be Food Town. Well, it used to be A&P, and then, before that, it was Food Town. And I worked there when I was a teenager. I was a cashier because, of course, I was. And I was very nervous because it's like a good 10-block walk from my house. And I know Connor's 17, but he spent the last couple years, here with the pandemic and the lockdown and everything else. He didn't go anywhere. And then I got sick, so he really didn't go anywhere. He'd just go to pick up my packages downstairs, across the street. And that was pretty, he'd go to like the convenience store that's at, I don't know, like maybe 4 or 5, buildings away, but it's still on my street. It's still on my block. And he was like, I really want to go. And I was like, like, I didn't want him to go. I really didn't. And he was like, come on. He was like, I'm 17 years old. And I was like, yeah, I know. I was like, okay, how about this? You know how to walk there? And he was like, yeah. I said, okay. I'm more worried about when you're in the store than you getting to the store. Because people have no patience and you've never really gone and purchased things with like cash or whatever. You've never gone to a grocery store and done it all yourself. You've just watched me. Can I call your grandfather? Like, can I call your grandmother and grandfather and ask your grandfather to meet you there? And he was like, well, what is he going to do? I said, well, he can just, you can talk to him. You can ask him questions. If you have questions, and, if anybody gives you a hard time, he's there and they're not going to fuck with you because, you're there with, a responsible adult. At least a responsible looking adult. And he was like, all right, we'll ask him. So I asked my mother, she didn't want to ask him. So eventually she did. And he was like, yeah, all right, well, yeah, absolutely. Like he was happy to do it. And so I was so nervous. I actually made myself sick. I was so nervous to let him go. And it was like, all right, Michelle, like he's 17. Come on, let the kid like fly a little bit. And I did it, but it stressed me out so much because again, catastrophic thinking. I'm thinking of all the things that can go wrong. I'm thinking somebody's going to mess with him. He won't look when a car is coming, because in my head, he's my baby. He's my little boy. I'm not thinking he's, grown up. He's almost a whole ass man. Like that's my baby. He still comes to me to cut his hair. It's just like, ooh. And I was like, all right. I was like, just calm down. So, I called my bestie and I was just, I talked to my bestie and I'm just like, oh my God, I'm so nervous. And I was so sick. I was so sick to my stomach. And I'm waiting for the phone to ring and I'm waiting and I'm waiting. And like an hour has passed. So I'm like, oh my God, he's dead somewhere. Like somebody jumped him. I haven't heard from my mother. So I haven't heard, that means she hasn't heard from her husband. And then Connor comes like walking in. Well, he tried to. Katie actually locked him out. So I had to like get up, run to the door, let him in. And he was so proud of himself. And he was like, look what I bought. And even like he bought me stuff. He bought me like gummy bears, which made me so sick. And then he took them. I had 4. My stomach was not prepared. And I was violently sick. Like it hurt so bad. And then he took them. He was like, all right, I'll take them. I was like, good, take them. Goodbye. But he got me like Good and Plenty. The black licorice with the candy coating outside. I love Good and Plenty. It is one of my favorite candies on the planet. I just can't eat a lot of it because licorice is a digestive and I'll live in the bathroom. So it's like, I'll take a handful. That's it. So they last a really long time, which is good. But it was so sweet. I thought that, he did this and I was like, oh, stupid. You paid for all this. And then he hands me back all the money that I gave him. And I was like, oh, you didn't pay for it. And he was like, Grandma and Grandpa paid for it. I was like, you were supposed to pay for it. He was like, yeah, I know. Grandma insisted. He was like, I kept saying, Mommy gave me money. Mommy gave me. He still calls me Mommy. Mommy gave me money. Mommy gave me money. But she insisted on paying for it. I was like, wait a minute. Your grandmother was there? And he was like, yeah. I said, but you were it was supposed to just be you and your grandfather, like, boys outing. And he was like, yeah, I don't know what she was doing there. He was like, we ignored her. I was like, oh, okay. Because, my mother's got to be involved. She's telling me she's dying. I can't move. I have no energy. You don't understand how sick I am, Michelle. Or let me be my mother. You don't understand how sick I am, Michelle. Oh my God. I'm dying here. I'm dying. You don't understand. And then she goes to friggin' Acme because God forbid she be left out. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is my mother. Says one thing, does another. And it's like, I just want to choke her sometimes. But it's turned into a very violent stream. By the way, my mood of the day is a little violent, a little paranoid, and really petty. So we're going to see where that goes to because you never know. You never know. But I'm going to try to keep it, above board. But so, yeah, he came home. He was so proud. He was so proud. And he was like, are you really going to cry? I was like, no. I did. I totally cried. I'm going to cry now. I was so proud of him and so relieved. It was ridiculous how relieved I was that he was home. And he was like, why were you so worried? I said, because you don't. And he said, why were you so worried? Like, when you were my age, didn't you do all these things? I was like, first of all, I've been doing the grocery shopping on my own for grandma and for my great grandmother and for my uncle since I'm 5. Like, as soon as I could fluently read and do math and everything and, calculate, because my grandmother was a comparison shopper. She taught me very early on how to break prices down per ounce and get the better deal. Like, this is the shit that I grew up with. And he doesn't know how to do that. And I even asked him, how much did this come to? He was like, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I don't know. Okay, if grandma hadn't paid, would you have had enough money? I don't know. I was like, give me the receipt. There's a receipt. Where's the paper? Oh, yeah, I think they shoved the paper. Give me the goddamn paper. And it came to like $43. I'd only given him 40, so he would have been screwed. So I was like, okay, here's a life lesson. If you don't have the money, you don't get the product. So learn to keep a tally in your head and understand they're going to charge you tax on a lot of things. And he was like, okay. I was like, so you always have to leave like a little bit of a, margin for error. Like leave $2 so that, you know, because usually the taxes aren't going to be over $2 because you're not buying that much stuff. I was like, but yeah, at your age, this was nothing to me. I mean, I could do this in my sleep. I had 2 jobs. I was, you know, like top in my class. I worked in the station in every spare moment I had. I went out with my friends. You know, I went on buses. I took trains. I already knew how to drive a car. I had all these skills, but I also had this thing that y'all don't have called street smarts. I had situational awareness. You don't. You can't walk through the living room without tripping over something because you're not paying attention. So yeah, it makes me nervous. It makes me nervous. It doesn't matter how much I say, watch where you're going, look at where you're going, pick your head up, look ahead. They don't listen. Everything is, huh? What happened? What happened? And I'm like, I know you're smarter than this, but he doesn't have that survival instinct going off 24/7. Maybe that's a good thing. He's not hyper vigilant, so he's not stressed out. I'm hyper vigilant. I'm always stressed out. Like, I don't let people walk behind me because, oh, hell no, you ain't hitting me. Like, I will stand to the side and be like, go ahead. They're like, no, it's okay. You're not walking. No, people don't walk behind me. Go. I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, it's nothing personal. It's just go ahead. Because I've been hit in the back of the head way too many times. We call that, getting sucker punched. I've had that happen way too many times. You want to see me friggin' lose my mind? Sucker punch me. Go ahead. The one person who got away with that was my cousin Donnie, because I was stunned. That's the only reason I didn't turn around and jump his ass. Anybody else, that was instant fight. I would just black out. That was it. Just the veil would come down and I'd start swinging. He doesn't know that. He doesn't have that experience. So he's vulnerable to it. These aren't things I can teach him effectively. This is stuff I learned by experiencing it. I don't want him to experience it, but it makes me nervous that he doesn't grasp how harsh the world is, how dangerous it could be. He's very la 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 la, like walking through the world. And that terrifies me, because I'm like, dude, you gotta like toughen up. Like, you need to smarten up. You need to toughen up. But he did. He made it there. He made it back. He was super, super proud of himself. He bought nothing but crap, so I was very glad I didn't pay for it. That led into a discussion later on about value of money. Because it was like, bro, we don't spend this kind of money on just bullshit. Like, don't do this again. And he was like, all right, it was just because it was my first time. Yeah, next time I'll send you with the list and you'll be a lot more careful. And he was like, you want me to go shopping for you? Like, why would I do that? Because I fucking told you to. That's why. But lady said, I can hardly believe my oldest set of twins will be 18 next month. I know, it flies, right? It flies. And you're like, oh my God, my babies. T-Rex, note to self, don't fuck with Shelly. I mean, that's a good note on any day, because, you mess with the bull, you get the horns. Shelly Rabbit said he's growing up and developing wings of adulthood. I know. But I don't want him to. Like, he's all I got left. All right, Katie ain't probably ever going to leave me. I'm still hopeful, though, that somebody will be like, oh, that's the girl for me, and snatch her up. I'm willing to negotiate, guys. I really am. But he's my baby. And he and I have a bond like I don't have with anybody. So it's just like, oh my God, like I'm having such a hard time cutting the apron strings. Like, or as my mother says, you got to cut the cord, Michelle. I'm like, he's not like, it's not like that. But he does have his, his hand on my pocket all the time. Like, that's what I feel like. I never had to just hold his hand. I mean, anywhere I went, if I let go of his hand, he instantly would grab like my pant leg or like the bottom of my shirt or whatever, just so that I could feel that he was there. And he, he knew that I was there. He didn't wander off or whatever. But it's so hard because I know I'm not going to have any others. It's like I'm not ready to let the world have you yet. I'm so selfish. I want to keep you. I want to keep you little, and I can't because he's growing and he's trying. He wants to get out there. He wants to do all sorts of stuff. And it's like, yeah, I know, I get it, but damn it. Like, you're mine. I don't want the world to take you away from me yet. But I know I got to own up to it. But I mean, that was something that he did that was really, it was huge for him. It absolutely was huge for him. But it did bring me back to the differences between my life at 17 and his life. I was an adult at that point. I did all the adult things. I did my own taxes. I had the jobs. I did the schoolwork. I did it all. And for me, it was easy. It was just, there was never a thought of, oh, I have to learn how to do that. I just would jump in and do it. I'm very much like on the job learning type of girl. Like, just show me once and you'll never have to explain it again, ever. If you explain it to me, you're going to have to explain it a couple times because I am not good at verbal direction. But if you show me something, I'm good. You don't just, oh, do you have it? Yep, I got it. You can walk away and you don't have to come back. Like, that's how I am. He's not like that. I just grew up a lot harder than he did. I was a lot tougher. I was a lot more aware of the evil and the danger that was around me. He's not like that. I mean, he wakes up singing, y'all. He wakes up and I'm like, how the hell? Because he wakes, his eyes aren't even open yet. And he's humming away all happy. And I'm like, bro, what does that feel like? I've never experienced that ever in my life. And I'm proud that I gave that to him. But there's pitfalls to it, right? There's a price to be paid for everything. T-Rex said, we pay tax on everything we buy. Rabbit said, we pay tax on everything we buy in Kansas. T-Rex said, wait, do they add sales tax to food in New Jersey? No, they don't add sales tax to food, but I knew he wasn't going to just buy food. Like, he could easily have seen a pen that he liked, or like, my son is very odd. He's like, oh, look at these paper plates, and he'll buy them. Weird. I know. But, like when you go to like the convenience stores, they will tax you out the wazoo. They don't give a fuck. And you're just going to pay it because you're already paying double for whatever you were going to spend in a regular supermarket. So it's just, because of the convenience, you wind up paying tax on stuff. But most food, no. It depends. Like if it's a ready-made food, they might charge you taxes on it because it's not food so much as it's a product. That's how they consider it, because they'll ring it up as like a meal. So they can charge you for that. We pay tax on everything we buy in Kansas. Yeah, when I lived in Kansas, I was like, oh my God, why am I spending all this money? And I was like, oh, Jesus. I think we had like at that point 4% tax. In Jersey, we have 7 or 8% sales tax. But Hoboken and Jersey City, because we're so densely populated, we get to pay 3.5% in most stores, which is nice. I mean, technically, I don't want to pay any of it because I've already paid money on my money that I got. I've already paid all these different taxes and everything else. So, like, why am I paying again? Like, it's bad enough that I already have to pay tax on money that I've earned. And you're only giving me part of what I'm getting. And then if I want that money back, like through another program, you're like, oh, you're not entitled. I've been paying into the system my whole life. And you're telling I'm not entitled. But yet you got these like millions of people who don't even have identities here. who don't belong here, who got here illegally, and you're giving them money hand over fist. Fuck you. T-Rex, we don't charge sales tax on fresh foods, frozen fruits, or takeout. Oh, no, takeout at restaurants, they will tax you out the ass. Good God. Only dine-in restaurants and sodas and sugary cereals. No, there's many things that they tax us on here. He said in Ohio. For anybody who doesn't know, yes, he's an Ohioan. Ohioan? Ohioan? I don't know how you say it. Rabbit said, I still can't believe I'm now great grandma. I know. Congratulations. I'm so excited for her Make-A-Wish. That's gonna be awesome. And I really do hope she gets to see her baby sister. I really do. I mean, that's amazing. Just to get her to like experience the pregnancy too has to be like really joyful for her. Lady Awesome, my apologies for always talking and shoving goldfish snacks in my lap. So last chat didn't really make sense. She said, we don't pay state taxes, so Tennessee charges sales tax on everything. If you come through Tennessee, then you pay, you come and pay. Yeah, no, that made sense to me. I don't know why it didn't make sense to you. No, I guess I speak little child interruptus. I mean, as a kindergarten teacher, you pretty much, I don't think I've ever finished a sentence since I started that job. I don't think I ever did. I developed like attention deficit. And it wasn't the ADHD. It was just, I just learned how to think fragmented because you don't get the time to think one thing for a long amount of time. Like I've learned to tangent and then rebound back at some point. Ohio is how it's pronounced. Thank you, T-Rex. I appreciate that. Lady Awesome said, better taxes for everyone than a state tax. And our state tax is ridiculous. Jacob Pete said 7% sales tax in Florida, 0% income. Still run a surplus in the state budget. Well, la-dee-da for you. Lady Awesome, 8% sales tax in Tennessee. Yeah, that's like living in Jersey. She said, you get it, Shell. I totally get it. Which is why doing this is like talking to chat is kind of the same thing sometimes, because I'll talk about something, get derailed, go on to that. So I take care of those needs and then go back to what I was talking about. And everybody's like, what is she talking about now? Oh, that's what we were talking about. Oh, all right. You'll learn how to squirrel and come back from it. So that was yesterday. That was our proud thing. I got to reposition in this damn chair because I'm like, the cat came up here and she was pushing. She likes to push me off the chair. So I was like on the edge. I was like, I'm going to fall. And while I don't mind the falling, I really don't want to do it on air because it's way funny, but it's also really embarrassing. T-Rex. We have 6.5% sales tax in Ohio, plus a state income tax and a city income tax. Jeez. That's a lot. Now we just have the sales tax. I mean, we have a state income tax, but only on, income. My city's not charging me. Oh, what I did get yesterday, these fuckers. When my son went out to Acme, he came back and this really impressed me. He stopped and got the mail. So I was like, oh my God, he remembered. Which, I was like a little pat on the back that I've trained him to go get the mail. And he gives me the mail and it's like, all right, this is crap. I got a letter from some medical supply thing from like an insurance thing saying, okay, all these things have been recalled for like medical non-compliance or whatever. And you have used, and it gave me a list of like 40 friggin' things that I used. And I was like, oh my God. It was all like the bandages and the saline. Like there was a contamination from the first time I was in the hospital. And I was like, first of all those supplies, they are long gone. Long gone. So if anything was contaminated, I'm assed out because, yeah, that ship has sailed. But thanks for telling me 9 months after the friggin' fact. So it's like, what do you want me to do about that now? So I threw that letter out. I was like, I'm not going to worry about something I got no control over. Fuck it. Lady said, yeah, fudge that noise at T-Rex. Yeah, no, I'm paying all that. But then I got a letter from the city. And I was like, what do they friggin' want? Because I hate getting anything from them. And I open this thing and there's a blue opt-out slip. And I was like, okay, there's a return envelope. And there's this beautiful glossy pamphlet that they put in there. And I'm like, what is this shit? So they're like, yeah, you can opt out. You can mail this in. There's no like electronic way to opt out, which of course would be convenient. Number one, they want to reduce energy, but they're printing all this shit out and now you have to mail it back and you have to do, and it's all garbage. So, why didn't you just do it online? Yeah, you would have, at least there would have been records. It would have reduced the, paper waste, whatever. But we're talking about saving energy. Sure, great, good step. Waste energy because you want to save energy. Awesome. Totally thinking, but this is government. They wanted me to partake. And they said, we don't have a choice. It's going to automatically start in March unless we opt out, which is why I really would have liked an electronic option rather than a mail-in thing, because then they could say, oh, we never got it. Fucker. Like, I took pictures of it, and I'm like, I'm going to make my mother walk that shit to the office and be like, here. No, and I want her to take a picture because I'm not getting stuck with this energy bullshit. So it's a program that they're putting everybody in Hoboken through for some energy aggregation kind of program where they use, solar panels and like all these different alternative energy sources, plus PSE&G's electric. And it's going to cost me more. And they get to tell me if I'm using too much energy. And it's possible that at some point down the road, they snuck this in, that they could put a cap on how much energy you could use. And I was like, wait a minute, you want me to pay more money for less reliable energy, and you get to shut off my electric or my energy if you think I use too much? Nerds to that. Like, no, I'm not doing that. I was so incensed. And like when he's like, hey, welcome to WEF, I was like, this ain't fair, man. He was like, oh, you're gonna, like there's Schwab and everything else. And I was like, this is some bullshit right here. This is some bullshit. And I right away filled out the opt out, took a picture, I put it in the envelope. But I'm gonna make my mother take it to the energy, to the county clerk office, to the city clerk, I'm sorry, because that's where it's going. And I want it documented that she handed mine in. Because I was like, I called her and I said, you're going to do yours too. She was like, yeah, I came home and found one for me, one for Alfredo. I was like, you don't even pay for electric in your building. She gets free electric, free heat, hot water, and electric in her building. And it's rent controlled. That's why she lives there. That's why I wanted to live there. But I can't because my ex-boyfriend is the superintendent, and he was like, my wife hates you. You can't live here. And it's like, fuck your wife. Like, I grew up in this town. She's not even from here. Like, what the hell does she have to do with me? So I can't get into that building, whatever. So we're moving anyway. I don't care. But she doesn't pay for any electric. I pay for electric. I pay out the ass for electric. So it's like, I'm not paying more. I get no breaks whatsoever from this damn city, and they want me to go into their little program. Mind you, they installed these solar panels all throughout town over 10 years ago. literally over 10 years ago. They installed them on every single block, 2 or 3 per block. They didn't put them up on buildings like where the sun would always hit them. No, they put them at street level where the drunks are and where the, kids are. Nope, go. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. My daughter loves to interrupt the show. She knows I don't want her walking through the room when I'm doing this. And she's just like, oh, yeah, fine. Like, go away. So most of the solar panels that we do have are broken. Plus, the sun doesn't hit them all day long and whatever, because the sun, we have really tall buildings. So you only have about a 4 or 5 hour window where the sun beats directly down at an angle where it will hit the majority of them, not even all of them. So you're really like, you're shooting yourself in the foot no matter what. And I was like, I'm not signing up for this. So that was a whole thing. So yeah, I was not happy when I got that. And I was just like, I was so incensed. I was like, how dare you? And then I was like, I blamed winning. I was like, see, it's because of you. I was like, I would have just signed up for the thing and been like, yeah, whatever. I said, and now because of you, like, I see what they're doing and I hate it. I hate that I see what they're doing. I see, like the agenda behind it. And I'm like, no, like, I know you're telling me one thing, but that's not what it means. Like, you're setting me up for like shitty service, and I'm gonna have to pay more for what? So, and then you're gonna be able to turn off my electric? Like, nope, sorry, that's nope, stay out. If I'm paying for it, I'm gonna use it. I know I yelled at her to get away, but she brought me the coffee, and that first sip, man, it hits your soul. Oh. So good. So all that talk and everything else led me to thinking, like last night, like I said, I was talking to him about food. And it being winter, there's certain foods I only cook in the wintertime. Now, my Discord, in case you guys haven't been on the Discord, there's a little spot for recipes. I know Rabbit loves to put recipes on hers. That's what, I think she created her Discord for, basically. But there is a recipe section on mine where I absolutely encourage anybody out there to put their recipes on there. I have a Rabbit put one up for like a Casey dry rub. That's like, I was salivating just reading it. Suzanne has put up like nougat recipes, like the fruit nougat that I had when I was a kid. It was like a special treat. She put the recipe on there on how to make it. There's a couple things. But like I was thinking, what can I tell you guys? Like there's different things that are specific to my house, to my family, that other people like outside Italians don't really know about that much. You might have seen it. Rebecca said no one uses my Discord, but it's there to share. I don't use my own Discord. The only thing I really do on my Discord is promote winning. Like that's the only thing I do. It's so weird. And I like when you guys like leave messages. I go and like it gives me a chuckle. I'll leave like a little emoticon, or emoji. God, even my diction is too old. But like it's just I don't know. I go on there and I go into a voice chat. I'm not big on typing. But like there's meals out there that are standard for me, but other people are like, oh my god, what is that? Like I've never heard of that. Like pasta fazool. Now you might have seen it. It's called many things. They call it pasta fazool, Fazul, or they call it pasta fagioli. For us, it's pasta fazool. So it's pasta, so it's not great. Shut up. I'm not getting into this with you. I'm not. I will ban you if you continue to go down that vein. As long as you're in my chat, it's gravy. Okay, show some respect. So with pasta fazool, it's literally like my 10-15 minute meal. I make it primarily in the winter. It's so simple, so easy, and it's so good. It warms you up. It's a nice heavier type meal, so it really fills you up. And it's the perfect like dish to go with like maybe like a pizza pie or some French bread or Italian bread or whatever, like with a sandwich. And all it is it's okay. So this is the recipe for that. It's real easy. Now, mind you, I don't do measurements. I just don't. I have always cooked. I bake with measurements, but when I cook, it's by sight, or by feel. So you just boil some water. You take a nice, like, I don't know, like a 6 or 8 quart kind of pot. You put it on the stove. You fill it halfway with water, and you bring that to a boil. You put ditalini macaroni. Those are those little, like, they look like little tubes. They're not elbow macaroni. They're bigger than that, but they're the shape of like the penne pasta, but they're really short. So they're called ditalini. You could use any macaroni, but this one really works well for it. And you boil that. You make it like to where it's al dente. You keep it boiling. And then you add in a can of either peas or northern beans. Sometimes you can do corn. My son likes it with the corn. I don't. I usually make the peas with them. Just dump in a whole can of peas, or you dump in a whole like can of like northern beans. You could do like the pink beans, whatever you want. Just a nice dry kind of bean, not lentils, something bigger. And you put that in there. Some salt, some pepper, a little onion powder, a little garlic powder, and you put the can of tomato sauce, like not the small one, not like I guess it's like 8 ounce. You put like, I usually use like the 16-ounce can, or is it an 8-ounce can? I don't know. Not the real tiny one, not the real big fat one, just the tall skinny one. And I just throw that in there. You mix it up. You heat it up until the macaroni is just a little more well done than al dente, and everything is cooked. And that's your meal. You don't have to drain anything, nothing. And then you could add Tabasco, you could add red pepper flakes, you could season it however you want. It usually doesn't require that much. Sometimes if I'm feeling fancy, I'll throw a dollop of sour cream in there and make it like a creamier type soup instead of like a more like tomato-y soup. And that's it. That's literally it. As for how long it takes you to boil the water and finish the macaroni, that's your whole meal. And it's all in one pot. So you don't have like multiple dishes to do or whatever. It's so good. It's so good, so good, so good. Rabbit said, I'm making steak pizzaiole tonight. Nice. It's in the crock pot now. I mean, I literally sat there for 2 hours discussing the things that I cook with Winning. He didn't say a word. Every once in a while you hear, I know he was like, this bitch. Like, she's talking about all this good food and she ain't cooking it for me. So it's like, why is she telling me this? But like I talked about, like the pasta fazool, that's so easy. Like I said, boil, half a pot of water, add the macaroni, cook it till al dente, add salt, even though you're going to salt the water to begin with, add a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, a can of tomato sauce, like pureed tomato sauce, and you add either whatever bean you really like, or a pea, or if you don't like any kind of like beans or peas, you could add corn. And you just boil it a little more till everything is, nice and cooked, and the macaroni is going to get a lot bigger. When you buy it, like the ditalini is tiny, it expands a lot. So don't think that you need more than a pound. 1 pound will last you forever. And this is something that you could put that in the Tupperware container or just cover the pot and put it in the fridge. And the next day it's even better. And like I said, good day, Gutter. Happy Friday. You can add a little sour cream to make it more creamy and like a little thicker. But it's, oh my God, it's so good and it's so hearty. It's so hearty. And it's literally a 10-minute meal. And you can make it like the whole family's going to love it. Trust me. So you should try it. So that's one of my winter meals. Rabbit said it's easy and I serve it with fettuccine. Nice. We were talking about fettuccine too last night. Like I was like, yeah, I mean, I love making different macaroni dishes. Like I'll make chicken cacciatore, which is, if you don't know, it's chicken in the tomato sauce, and you put it over any kind of different pasta. Mostly we used to make it with like spaghetti or like linguine. But I don't like the legs and the thighs because I don't like having the bones, covered in tomato sauce, and it's just messy. But I'll do it with chicken breasts. But usually like when I make it, I don't use regular chicken breasts. Like I take the chicken breasts, I split them, and I stuff them. Like I'll put mozzarella inside. I'll put like a slice of ham. I'll put like cheddar cheese, something inside. Also with the pasta fazool, if you just add a little Parmesan cheese or like grated provolone or Romano, amazing. I add Tabasco, I add chili powder, I add red pepper flakes. I like it spicy. My son likes it spicy. Katie, not so much. So like we doctor our own. Rabbit, yes, that's what we were talking about. She said, I make my own pasta noodles. And I was telling her, I said, when I move, I really want my kitchen to be like the center of everything. Like I want to have a place where I could put my hand cranked macaroni machine. I don't have no, it's not true. I do have the food processor that has the ability to make the different kinds of macaroni. But I also have the fully metal crank one that you put it with the, what is that? With the vice grip onto the side of the table, and you feed the dough in, and you have to gently take it out of the bag, and while somebody cranks it. So it's always like, it was always a family thing, and I would make with my grandmother, we would make like linguine, we would make fettuccine, gavadil, like cavatelli is how people say it. We'd make the ravioli macaroni, so that you have like the long strips of dough, they're nice and flat and even, and then you have like the little ravioli wheel cutter, and and I love making ravioli because you can make anything. I used to make the ricotta with spinach, with crab, with lobster. Connor really enjoyed if I mixed mozzarella, like shredded mozzarella, into the ricotta, and that went in the ravioli. So when he bit into the ravioli, it was all stringy and whatever. Like he loved that. Sometimes I'd make it with like bacon bits, like bacon crumble. I love throwing bacon into things. Bacon is like life. I mean, it's one of my favorite things in the world. You can make anything better by adding bacon to it. Let's face it. And like I said, my love language is feeding people. I love to feed somebody. And I don't get enjoyment out of it now because my kids won't eat with me. They don't eat at the table. They just, I'm in the middle of something, I'm just going to take this and go. And it's been like that for years. And I'm like, yeah, like, come on, guys. And then I got into the habit and we just stopped eating together. I miss having meals with my kids. I miss having meals as a family. We always did that. And the reason that it always made me happier is because I got to see them enjoy the food. I put a lot of love into the things that I make for my family. So I want to see that. I want to see how they're receiving that. And I don't get that now. So I want that. And I want my macaroni machine. I want to be able to make homemade ravioli. I want to be able to make the gavadil. I want to make gnocchi. I want to make the different like the different cookie doughs that go through the macaroni machine, believe it or not, because it's just, it comes out so nice and uniform as like a tube or whatever. Flesh hasn't said you're making my mouth water. Girl, we haven't even started. Woo! I could talk about food forever because I love to cook. There's nothing I can't learn how to cook. If you like something and you're like, this is my favorite dish and I've never made it, I'm like, it might not taste the way you want it to taste the first couple times, but we'll get there. Like, you just be honest about what it's missing, what you want different, and we'll work. We learn. We can learn on the go. Like, that's just how I am. I have a Mikado 150 with 7 different cutters. I have no idea what the name mine is because it was my grandmother's. It's literally the one that I grew up with. Like, it's got the different rollers and whatever. It's got different design cutters. Some of it is for like penne pasta. Some of it has lines. Some of it has squiggles. Some of it can make like the fusilli, like the spiral macaroni. Some of it can make the tube macaroni. It depends. But I mean, that was always my job, was to feed the dough in to the back of the rollers, to the back roller set, and to crank the machine. And then she would very slowly like take it and then tell me stop. She'd cut it and she would hang it to dry usually, or like put it out on like paper towels or whatever. But most of it was like linguine and stuff like that. And she had a special broom handle that was all clean. It was all like covered. And she would just take 2 kitchen chairs, face them back to back, like about 5 feet apart, and take the wooden dowel and put that on top. And then she would hang the macaroni on there. She'd run it through the flour and she'd hang it on there and let it dry. And that's how I grew up. I thought everybody did that. Do you know, I was like 10 years old before I knew that they sold like macaroni in the store. The first time my mother bought it, she was like, oh, get me the ziti. And I was like, what? And she was like, go to the macaroni aisle. I was like, there's a macaroni aisle? I'm thinking like, okay, all macaroni is fresh macaroni. I looked, I was devastated. I was like, oh my God. Like, first of all, the only macaroni I'd ever bought packaged was soup macaroni. So like Bastine or Stars or whatever. But there were always these little, like Ajna the Beb. I know the way I say it, everybody's like, what is that? It's there. It's in every supermarket. It's in one of those little ranzoni packages. And it says Ajna de Pepa. So it's, I think, ACINI, Achini, de Pepe, Pepe. But we call it Ajna de Beb. So, like, do you know what it is to not know how to spell something because you say it a certain way? And they send you to the store and say, go buy the Ajna de Beb. And I'm asking somebody, they're like, I don't know what that is. I went through every single box of macaroni in that aisle until I looked through like one of the little clear windows that they had. And I was like, oh, that's it. And then I like read it and I was like, oh, that's not the way I say it. Like, that's not the way anybody says it. That's when I learned that I speak a dialect. I just thought I spoke Italian. Nobody told me it was a dialect. And it was like, now I gotta learn. Like, I don't know half of the Italian names. Like, I don't know the English names for the Italian things that I ate. My whole life, I grew up with my grandmother making a dish I absolutely fucking hate called scatol and beans. I hate it. It's just not for me. My mother hates it. She had to eat it growing up. I didn't. Grandma would make it. She'd make me something else. Woo! That caused like a whole bunch of problems. But I didn't know what it was called in English. I didn't know that scatol is escarole. How would I know that? How would I know that? I didn't know that fenouil was fennel. I didn't know that. I didn't know that till I was about 30. And I went to the store and I was like, oh, look, they got fenouil. And when I picked it up, I was like, why does it say fennel? And my husband was with me and he was like, because that's what that is. That's fennel. He was like, nobody buys that. He was like, I mean, you could cook with it. I was like, cook with it. We eat it raw. He was, what do you mean you eat it raw? I was like, what? Tastes like licorice. It tastes like black licorice. And he was like, why would you eat it raw? Because it's a digestive. That's what you do at the end of like a really big meal so that you don't carry that big meal all day. Like, that's what you eat. That was always a holiday thing because there was so much food. You had to eat a digestive or you were going to get sick. So that's what we ate. We ate raw fennel. I love it. That's a huge treat for me. Like if somebody buys that, that's just like persimmons. They're like, oh yeah, you see the little, I didn't grow up with these little teeny tiny flat No, the persimmons I grew up with were big. They were bigger than apples and oranges. Like they were juicy and they had huge like clumps of like fruit flesh inside. They were delicious, but you knew not to eat to the stem. Because if you did, you were going to get that feeling like there's hair growing on your tongue. You know, I grew up eating prickly pears. Nobody knew what a fucking prickly pear was. I was like, are you kidding? It's that red fruit that has all the little, like, it looks like a little cactus fruit. It's not dragon fruit. It's like we called it a prickly pear. I don't know if it has another name. I've never seen it outside of like my area. Half the things that I never ate, like anywhere else. I went to Kansas. I couldn't find it. They had a specialty section where they had the Italian stuff. I was like, oh my God, why is it like $9 for like one little like 2-cup thing of Are you kidding me? This is a pound that I got. At home, it's like $2 for like a 3-pound container. Here it's like $9 for 1 pound. Shut up. Specialty foods. Are you kidding me? Like spotted dick, which is, an English, British dessert in a can, which I've had. No, it's wrong. That food is wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. Just like Vegemite is wrong. What is that other one? What's that one with the M? Marmite? What? Ugh. But then I grew up drinking what we called Fernet. Now, the way you spell it is Fernet. Fernet. We say Fernet because you got to roll your R. Otherwise, who the hell are you? All it is bitters. It's bitters liquor. Like that's what it is. It's a liqueur. But we took it for headaches, stomach aches, toothaches. Like if you had a really bad migraine, you just drank 2 shots of Fernet, you took a nap and you woke up fine. That's always worked. I can't find it anywhere. There's one place in Hoboken that carries it and they sell out of it every fucking, and I'm like, Tony, if you don't keep a goddamn bottle for me. And he's like, I know, I put it on the side and then my mother drinks it. And I'm like, but I mean, it works so well. And all it is bitters. That's all it is. Rabbit said cooking was always a hobby of mine. So I have recipes from all over the world. That's awesome. I didn't start making other cultural foods until I lived on my own. Like, well, not even on my own, until I lived without a husband, because he had very specific things that he liked. He might have like not known what he was doing, like in bed or whatever, but he could fix a car and he could like really like, I want this. He was very like, I want chicken with this. So, I mean, he would be like, he was consistent at least. And he was always open to like stuff that I made as long as it was kind of like comfort food. If I made something like Chinese food or whatever, he was like, no, I'm not eating that. Why? It's so good. No, I'm not eating that. The one thing he actually misses about me, not my personality, not sex, not, like my laugh, not my sparkling fucking wonderfulness. He misses my food. He says it every time I talk to him. He's like, I really miss your cooking. I'm like, what about me, you jerk? And he's like, yeah, no, of course I miss you, but God, you're cooking. I'm like, thanks. Thanks, Brett. It's really, yes, I married somebody named Brett. Mm-hmm. I don't know what I was thinking either, but whatever. Rabbit said, my kid's favorite dessert is porka. It's Polish. Ah, okay. Italian kolacs. I don't know what that is. I've never had that. Gutter said spam, yum. Let me tell you something, girl. I am very much a fan of fried spam. You cut that shit thin. In the time it takes you to make 2 sunny side up eggs or 2 eggs over easy, that spam is ready. It's crispy. You throw that bitch, you get a nice Kaiser roll, slice it open, put like a layer of cheddar cheese, like a slice of cheddar cheese or American cheese, whatever your, preferences. Sometimes I put Munster. You layer the spam on there. You put the egg on top. Take the top of that Kaiser roll. You rub it around the grease that's in the pan and soak all that up. A little bit of salt, not a lot. Usually I don't add salt because, the spam will do it for me. A little bit of pepper, sometimes some ketchup, depending on my mood. Close that bitch up. That's a good sandwich. Good God. That is your ultimate hangover sandwich. You cannot go wrong with that sandwich. So yeah, I'm a big fan of spam. I don't care how bad it is for me. I don't care what's in it. I don't care what's in it. Just like hot dogs, the bread hot dogs, I don't care what's in them. Dirty water dogs, we get them from the stand. We get them from like the street cart. And they've been in that water for hours upon hours, and he ain't washing his hands and he ain't using gloves, and I don't give a fuck. You give me a Sabrett hot dog with sauerkraut, chili, cheese, onions, and I'm not a huge fan of onions, but he's got like the caramelized onions, ketchup and mustard. I will follow you anywhere. Dear God. And I mean, you got to be able to be like open your mouth wide to eat those. I love when I see people eat hot dogs that don't know how to eat a street hot dog because they eat it with their head straight up. And I'm like, really? Because when we eat a hot dog, you turn your head it's like eating a taco. You don't turn the taco to the side because everything will fall out. You turn your head to the side and you take a bite. That's how we eat our hot dogs. It's a weird thing. It's something I always took for granted everybody did that way. The first time I watched my husband eat a hot dog, I was like, what are you doing? And he was like, what? I'm eating a hot dog. I was like, how do you, it's going to go everywhere. And he was like, well, how else would you eat? So I showed him how I ate it. And he was like, that doesn't work. He eats it like that now. Sure does. Sure does. Well, I had to teach that man a lot of things. I was like, what, were you raised by wolves? Like, what is wrong with you? Hooked on Phonics worked for me, but I can't read what that says under your name. Help me. Okay, so it says Sfachim. So you put that together, you say Sfachim. It's a curse. And then you say Engul. That's one word. Asord Eda. So it's Sfachim, Engul, Asorda. Asordeda. Right. Asordeda or Asordeda. Either way. But that basically is like, go fuck your sister's ass. Like that. That's basically what that means. But it's not nice. It's not nice to say, but it's it feels so good when you know how to say it. Just blurt that out and everybody's like, oh, because they don't know what you said, but they know it wasn't good. And they know, and it feels good because you're not insulting somebody in a way that they know, but you get it out and you move on. Gutter, that's what your ex said. You eat it from the side. Girl, I'd come at that from any direction. Up, above, below, from the side, backwards, upside down. We're good. If there's one thing I know how to eat, it's sausage. Cutter said, I'm so glad I learned that. Love it. You're very welcome. Yeah, no, sausage is one of my favorite foods. And Italians, we like them big. we we like a challenge. I used to tell my one friend though, I'd be like, "How do you eat hot dogs with their hand behind your head?" And she'd be like, "Fuck you, shut up." You know why you eat it that way? Because you's a hoe. That's why. But what else did we were talking about? I don't know. I was talking about all the different like macaroni and whatever, and I was trying to explain what gavadil is. And it's a very specific kind of macaroni. It's kind of thick. If you look at it, like it's flat, like the size of a quarter or maybe a $50, and then it's kind of rolled on itself. So it, kind of like over flat. And he was like, "Oh, like manicotti." And I was like, "Oh, my heart." Like, no, first of all, it's manigot. Second of all, no. Like you stuff manigot. You take the manigot, which, I make that pasta too. Bud Bedensor, hello, what is this channel about? Thank you. We're about everything. Today we're talking about like flashbacks with food, our experiences with different cultures, different foods. We talked about government. We talked about the storms. Usually we address like traumas and whatever. This is a place where everybody respects but everybody else. You get whatever you got, to say off your chest. We come here and we find people to laugh with. And it's a nice place. And the only thing I ask is you just be yourself. Just be yourself. I have a potty mouth. I do. I curse like a sailor. I'm very much a Jersey girl. And you either love me or you don't. But hang out. See what we have to say. And welcome. Everybody here is very, very sweet. So just hang out for like 5 minutes and see if you like it. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. But for the most part, some days are super, super serious. And some days like today, like I said, I woke up, a little paranoid, a little petty. So we're just going to see where that goes. So we were talking about food. So like we just discussed, it doesn't matter that I'm Italian. I do love Spam. Fried Spam is the way to go. But I've had fried bologna sandwiches. I've had them. I'm not frou-frou. Like I've had really, really, good, expensive foods. I've had, really amazing cuts of meat. And I've also had meat that I have to tenderize like it's an ex that owes me money and put in like a pressure cooker or a crock pot for hours on hours just to make it, edible. I've eaten like the whole gamut of like, okay, this costs a quarter. Let's buy this to, oh my God, this is $20 a pound. All right, we'll splurge. She's a little spicy today. I am a little spicy today, but it's Friday. So it's been a long freaking week. Let me tell you. I mean, like I said on Wednesday, this has been the longest year January has ever given me. And it's only the 12th. I feel like it should be June. Lady Awesome said, oh, by the way, Lady Autumn Sky is Lady Awesome. I have nicknames for pretty much everybody. She said, welcome, my apologies. Just want to control you in the language. Want to control me in the language? What? Saying this is bad. Oh, saying this is bad language. Wait, my apologies. Bro, this is me today. It scrolled up in between and I didn't realize it. All right, my apologies. I'm cleaning my stove while listening. Girl, don't worry about it. Do you? The one saying this is bad language, just want to control you in the language. Yes. And that was actually the first thing we jumped into today about how YouTube is, kind of trying to tighten the noose on everybody. And it's really disturbing because this is what I do. I'm disabled. Like I got a jab that took my health away. So I'm kind of stuck in a chair most of the time. I'm getting better, but it's every day is a struggle. So the only thing I really have is my voice. I'm not out here trying to change the world. I'm just here to like get through my traumas and tell people, no matter what you're going through, it's okay. You're not by yourself. You can come here and laugh. You can come here and cry. We cry here all the time. It's so cathartic. I have dudes that come in here. They're like, oh my God, I was bawling like a baby. I feel so much better. And I'm like, okay. And these are tough dudes. Like they come in and they're like, da, 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 da. And they're just like, oh my God, like Shelly, you made me cry. I'm Shelly, by the way. They all call me T3 or Shelly or Michelle or whatever. I answered all sorts. I even answered to Trish. Just ask Sean. But yeah, it's just a chill place to be. Lady Awesome, YouTube is asshole. They really are. God. But that's why, again, I'm branching out into Rumble. I mean, I only have like 48 followers. I have 48 followers on Rumble, and I get more views over there than I get over here. Ain't that a bitch? I'm up to $6.99, guys. Oh my goodness. I'm just about to go over. I'm afraid to go over by like 1. I need to go over by like 5 because YouTube is asshole and they like to like take them away for a couple days just to fuck with you. They're like, oh, I need to check these out. You lie. Like all those views that they took away from me on Wednesday, they gave them back. So what was the point of taking them away for 2 days? Just to aggravate me? Just to show me you could? So it was like, ugh, I was so mad. Flat chested, I'm not looking forward to this super cold front we got coming at us. Don't mind the snow, but don't like the freeze. Make sure you keep your faucets open a little bit, especially any that have the pipes facing the outside of the house, because you do not want them to freeze up. Pay a higher water bill by like $1 or $2 for the month rather than, that. I know a lot of people, they're like, oh, I knew that. But some people live in really warm areas. They don't know to do that. We've always done that. Like my grandmother always, oh, it's going to be below freezing time. Michelle, yeah, I know. I got to go to all the bathrooms because the bathrooms the piping faced the outside wall of the house and there was nothing on the other side. Like we didn't have neighbors from my house. My grandfather purposely built my house, like my grandmother's house, to not have a house attached to it next door. Most of the houses in Hoboken, they don't just touch, they share walls. It's just like, we call it row housing and they're railroad apartments. So there's no fucking privacy whatsoever. These were also at one point, they were only cold water flats. So like your living room and kitchen is the first room in the front of the building. And then there's like the lounge area or whatever in the middle, if you had, money like that. And then there's like a bedroom, and then there's like another small bedroom, but it's all in a row. So you have a door at one end and a door at the other because everybody walks through your bedroom. If you had the back bedroom, you were screwed. You weren't getting out. You weren't sneaking out. Possibly you could if you had a fire escape. But if you didn't have a fire escape, you weren't going anywhere. So like that was one way you kept track of your children because they had to walk through your bedroom to get out. So it's like, where you going? Like, oh shit, But you also, to even go out and get like cereal or something, you had to walk through your parents' room. You know how many people like walked in on their parents doing the nasty? It's like, like it's just, I hate those houses. I live in a more modern, or as the sign outside says, luxury apartment. There ain't nothing luxury. It's a shoebox, literally a shoebox. But like they call it luxury because it's not a row house. Bud said that counts for a lot of topics, still called trigger words or such. If you can talk openly about it without taboo, it loses any special status to it. I mean, I'm one of those people, I can talk about anything. That doesn't mean I'm not going to cry, but I mean, I can talk about anything. As long as it's not snot related. I don't know. Like, I'm good with like puke. I've had kids. I've had the puke and the poop and whatever. But for some reason, snot still makes me throw up. I don't know what it is. Got his pub. I have 22 followers on Rumble. I've got almost 50 on CommieTube. Yep. And I'm at 454. That's awesome. That's awesome because you didn't really start that long ago, did you? I've been by your streams, and you're very popular. I mean, your streams are fun. It's a fun time, and you make me a little nervous when you put the StreamYard link for like anybody can come in. I'm like, girl, that'll change once you're monetized. You get it. I didn't think I would get protective, and I don't care about the money. I really don't. But I got to that milestone. I don't want YouTube to be able to take my channel down because I put a lot of work into it. And that's what you get to. You're like, I achieved this. You ain't taking this from me. You're just not. So you'll get a little bit more protective. It's not about the money. It's about that. I earned this. I got here. I'll be damned if somebody's going to come in with a chip on their shoulder and throw me off. Rabbit said, let faucets drip just a little. Running water doesn't freeze. Yeah, just open up just a little. It doesn't have to be a lot at all. But that's how we always kept it from freezing. And trust me, you do not want those pipes to freeze because water expands when it freezes. And you can easily burst through your pipes. And when that thaws out, you're screwed. So just let it run. Rabbit needs to go, but we'll be back. Okay, Rabbit, we'll be here. I've been going for about 2 years. Really? I mean, I just found you like 2 months ago? I think you're awesome. You should definitely be way beyond where you're at. So we'll see what we do about that. Let's get Gutters Pub over 500. Only needs 46 more subs. Absolutely. Rabbit put her link in there. If you guys can share that out, go visit her. Give her a nice little following, sub to her. And maybe if you find her on Rumble, follow her there. It's really, really hard to build on Rumble. I mean, I laughed when you said like you got 22 people. That's actually, I laughed because I'm like, she's saying it like that's nothing. To me, that's really good. I just got to 48. And it's like, oh my goodness. But yeah, it's an achievement. I know people that have like 500 whatever followers on Rumble and they get like 30 views. I'm like, please. So like, how genuine are your numbers? Meanwhile, I have like 48 people, but I get a lot of views because they come in and they want to stay and then they come back. But for some reason, I don't know why on Rumble, they have this allergy to hitting the thumbs up. What is that? Is it hard to find on an Android device? I don't know. I do it on the PC. Is it hard to find? Is it hard to locate? Because what the hell? Also, anybody who's out there that's a creator that does that enabled podcasts, they don't put the podcasts in your analytics, in your regular analytics. I found that out this morning because I was looking through my analytics and I was like, wait, what is, all right. I never clicked the more. So I clicked more and it says podcasts. And I was like, all right, it's going to be the same, right? I mean, is it the same thing? You're welcome, honey. She said, you're seriously awesome. Thanks, Shell. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what we do. We look out for each other. Hit the podcast thing if you have your podcast enabled, because that just means that they can listen to like all the different videos and whatever that you've done, like anything, lives, they can videos, whatever. It just comes through as a podcast. Bro, I have a lot of action on the podcast side, like double what I'm getting on videos and lives. But YouTube doesn't compensate you for those. They don't give you any revenue for those. And I'm like, that kind of sucks because that's where everybody's listening to me. And I'm like, everybody's like, oh, I saw the show. I'm like, my numbers don't reflect all these people telling me, oh, that was really insightful. That I cried with you and I feel so much better. And I'm like, who are these people? Because I don't see them. They're not in the lives. They're not leaving me comments. They're sending me stuff on like Discord and whatever. And I'm like, who is this? They're listening through the podcasts. And I didn't know that was a completely separate entity on YouTube. So have a little look into that and go see how you're doing if you're even set up to do that. Because you have to do like a whole bunch of things to have it transfer over. And it's like it's all in your YouTube studio. But that floored me. I can't wait to tell winning because I'm like, we got to see what your numbers are like there. Because my numbers are like really, really, they're double what I do normally. And I'm like, that's not fair because it doesn't count toward my watch hours. And there's no real, like, they don't have to subscribe to do that. That's just there. And YouTube pushes that. So YouTube is pushing out the podcast version, but they're not pushing out my video format. And they're not pushing out my lives as lives. They're pushing them out as podcasts. So it's a little irritating. So it's like, and there's no way for me to contact anybody that listens to the podcasts and say, hey, come over, subscribe, whatever. You know, have a little, you know, like come in and chat with us during a live. It's so weird. Flat chested said us OGs from Gutter's channel are very protective of our mama Gigi. Aw. And you should be. You should be. Lady Awesome, I'm sub number 455. How about you? Sub to Glitter's Pub. You called it Gitter's Pub. I called it Glitter's Pub. Gutter's Pub. Subscribe to Gutter's Pub. The link is above. Gutter said, I love my flatty. Always so supportive and gorgeous. She is quite the she is quite the human. I do enjoy her. I was AFK for a while, back now. Yeah, we all take a break. Even as a creator. Like I was kind of glad that I got Koof for Christmas because it gave me the excuse that I needed to just sleep and not engage and just try to like center myself again. Because sometimes I get too attached. And I get too, I don't know, I get too involved in what I'm doing. And I forget to like enjoy other things. And like, I won't watch a movie for months because I don't have the time. I'm like, I'm not going to watch some frivolous movie and whatever. I got to be researching. I got to be looking at this. I got to, you know, like go to my friends' chats and I got to support them and I got to do this. And that's all a lot of time that I'm spending on YouTube. I mean, I live on YouTube. And when I got sick, I was like, oh my God, I'm just going to lay here and just be icky. And I'm going to drink as many like, you know, sports drinks as I can. I had a lot of body armor. Like that drink, the super drink. Oh my God, I was buying it like 8 packs. But it kept me going because it was the only thing keeping me hydrated. And I don't know if you hear the cat. She's meowing. She's throwing herself at Katie's door, trying to get the doorknob to open the door. Because she just doesn't like closed doors. She doesn't like them. What was I going to say? So yeah, it was nice that I felt so sick that I couldn't show up for anybody. I couldn't talk on stream. I couldn't even think to say my own name. I went 2 days without saying a word to anybody because I felt like death warmed over. And it was good. I needed that break. So yeah, I get it. We all need to like, you know, like back off sometimes. I didn't even back away from YouTube when I was in the hospital for 2 weeks. I was on death's door and I was still streaming. Like, it's terrible. Volstorm, what's up? My dude. How's your gorgeous wife? He said getting sick is the best way to avoid YouTube. Yeah, it really is. Except, you know, like, I streamed to you guys. I was literally dying. Literally. And I was like, I'm fine. I don't even know what I said. I know I went back and listened to some of the streams. I was like, no, I got to take these down. I can't do this. It was terrible. And y'all just let me just sit there and be all weird and crazy. And when I was in the hospital, they had me on those meds. That was dumb, by the way. I know. I was on those meds that would mess with my brain and make me talk gibberish for like 15 minutes at a clip. And I went back and I listened to some of that. I was like, oh my God. I was like, they must think I'm insane. Because I sound like Biden, just like just go off with my little bits of dementia here and there. Oh my God, it was terrible. Terrible. Flat Chested said, you're so right, Gutter. I watched and listened to Shelly and I'm hooked. Aw, I'm glad. Like I said, you either hate me or you love me. There is no in between. It's a Jersey thing. It is. It's a Jersey thing. You gotta like aggressive and abrasive with a really good heart and like a really warped sense of humor. Then you like me. If you don't like stuff like that, if you're thin-skinned, this is not the place to be. Like, if you're not good with the emotional stuff, this is not the place to be. If you are not big on irreverence is my superpower. Like, this is not the place to be. But if you want to laugh, like even I created this new scroll bar for the bottom. A day without learning, loving, or laughing is a waste. Don't be wasteful. And I mean that. I try to do all three, at least, throughout the day. I don't like doing like one. I like doing throughout the day because it gives me a sense of purpose. It gives me a reason to keep going. And when you listen to the news and you see what's going on in the world and you feel like you can't do anything, like me, you're stuck in this stupid chair. Like, it gets really hard to keep going. So my purpose, y'all are my purpose. You've helped me through the worst childhood traumas. You guys got me through traumas that shrinks and therapists were like scratching their head going, I don't know what to do for you. I can medicate you. Like, that's about all I can do for you. Like, they couldn't get me there. And yet I got there because I had you guys. Because you provide such phenomenal love and support. And not everybody sticks around. Sometimes you're here for a day. Sometimes you're here for an hour. Sometimes you're here every minute that I'm here, or you're in every chat that I'm in, or, we all roll together. It's all different levels, but it means so much to me. And you guys are my only link to the outside world. I don't get to go anywhere, but I have you. And I love you guys for it. I can say anything to you and you're just like fucking Shelly. Like, you're not judgy about it. You just laugh it off. Or you come down on me and you're like, how dare you say that about yourself? Like, I get schooled. Rabbit has no problem. Lady Awesome, no problem telling me about myself. And I need that because most people don't tell me about me. They don't want to be honest with me because they're a little intimidated because I can be scary, whatever. Y'all aren't afraid of me. You faced things a lot meaner than me. And after talking to me that the tough exterior, that's all it is. It's just an exterior. I am mush inside. I am such a mush. I would give you the shirt off my back to help you, not to be perverted. I mean, that too. But, because if you need it, then I don't need it as much as you do. Like, I will do everything I can. And that's fine. Except if I do help you out and there's an expectation, and I know you're out there listening, there's an expectation of that coming back. Yeah. Where's the money, dude? Where's the money? I'm not saying your name because where's the money, dude? You owe me $2,000. Don't forget. I haven't forgotten. Hold on one sec.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with. Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
Sorry, my son was talking to me, so I played a clip. I figured that, Lady Awesome's here. She loves that one, so I played it. Flat said, I relate so much and love listening to you. Oh, thank you. That means a lot to me. Volstorm said, therapists stop when the funds do. Chat is forever. Chat is good. Chat is wise. Chat knows all. That is my mantra. It's been my mantra from the beginning because I started off in chat. So, I mean, I know how I don't want to say just important, but I know what a force chat could be for good or for evil. So, like, I've seen people fuck with chat. And I've been in the chat where I'm like, really? All right, you want to go, bitch? Let's go. And I will rally a chat to destroy somebody if I'm in it. I've done that. I'm not going to say I'm not proud of it. I don't really care. I did it. It's something I did. Nah. But I can be a mega bitch. That's who I am. I'm usually very, very sweet, but I can be a mega bitch. It's like I'm 51% sweetheart, 49% bitch. If you push me, that can flip real quick. But it takes a lot to get me there. I mean, I really have to dislike you for me to go there. And I mean, there's just I don't like liars and I don't like hypocrites. So when you glom onto a friend of mine, and that's like, that was Stuart Smalley, but with my face on it. Winning Reality makes all my clips. We have tons of clips. Wait, my favorite, guys, you know it's coming. Where's Nerd? Nerd. It makes me so happy. But like Winning Reality, he does like all these like deep fakes and parodies and stuff like that. Guys, I'm just gonna play my outro for like 10-15 seconds just to show what I'm talking about. Like he'll take my face and put it on like everything. So like here.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right, it's true. And I don't care what
So he makes all that kind of stuff. He's got a channel. You should check out his channel. He's all about like government corruption and stuff like that. He's very educational, very entertaining. He loves to make all these clips. And like if you're somebody who's like a dick, like Captain Have Fun, like he will mock you mercilessly. It's a beautiful thing. It really is. And he is an equal opportunity fucker. Like he doesn't care. He turned me. I know you've probably seen Ain't Nobody Got Time for That. Well, it don't matter that she's black. And I'm not,
Lord Jesus is a fire. I said, oh Lord Jesus is a fire.
he don't care. He even turned me into a dude.
Don't go to Jersey. Somebody gonna ask you to go to Jersey. Visit them in Jersey. A long lost friend, don't go to Jersey. Don't go to Jersey. You gonna get.
He don't care. But that's what I love about him. Like he has no reverence for me whatsoever. Lady also said, doggone it, I love you. She knows I only play that for her. Because that one just irritates me so bad. Because like I said, he looks just like my religion teacher from high school. And I hated that dude. Mr. Uriarty. Ugh, Mr. U. Now, ladies, let's act like ladies. Oh, God. With the pointer finger and the thumb together. Then the two next fingers fanned out. And the turned in, like curled up pinky. That's the way he talked, and he would talk to you. He would talk to you like this, ladies, calm down, ladies, please. And like the bottom lip would come down, and you could see all his nasty bottom teeth, but never like the top teeth. And if he did show his top teeth, you felt like you were gonna get bit. It was I just hated that man. He always wore like the big like Argyle cardigan that was like loose, but it had buttons, so it was like blousy at the bottom. And his butt was always sticking out. And I mean, this is how naive I was. I didn't know he was gay. I did not know, because I was like, he's a teacher. Like, there's no way. I don't know why I thought teachers couldn't be gay, but he was, he was complete flamer. Like, it was terrible. But like, and he used to talk about like homosexuality and be like, oh, you're going to hell. And once I left high school and I figured that out, I was like, oh, that son of a bitch. Like, he was my religion teacher. You're my religion teacher telling me like if I sleep with a girl, I'm going to hell. Guess what? I'm going to hell and a couple hundred times. But you're this big flamer. Like, are you kidding me? Don't tell me you're not a fudge packer. I know you are. Like, but I didn't know it till later. And I was like, how hypocritical that he's telling me that. But that's what he is. Like, you're making me feel bad for my life choices, but you're not owning up to yours. I hate people like that. Like, I own up to everything I've ever said or done. They're like, oh, did you do this? Yep, sure did. That's what I did. They're like, I can't believe you admit it. Why? I did it. I don't regret things that I've done. I'm not ashamed of things like that. Were they my best moments? No. Can't take them back, though, so I might as well just own them. They belong to me. Nobody gets to take my fuck-ups but me. Like, that, I take full credit for every stupid decision I've ever made. But you know what? I had fun. I had fun. Did I have to pay for it? Yes. Everything comes at a price. And that one's great. Cutter said, love it. The little one was the best. Oh, that's Nerd. Dum diddy dum diddy dum diddy that. That's Outpost Nerd. He's in the chat somewhere, or he went to work and he'll be back later. Flat Chest said, that's so clever. He is. He's so good. Winning is so good. Yeah, he is. He's so good. Jacob said, spicy winning is best winning. Oh, you don't got to tell me that. He's awesome. I love when it gets like later at night and we're streaming together. And then all of a sudden he starts getting spicy. I'm like, oh, I love this time of night. It's the winning hour. Like, you know how it's like the witching hour? For me, it's the winning hour because he gets all like, yeah, well, da, da, da. When we first met, he didn't know exactly how to take me. And he just kind of wrote me off as some like, you know, random bimbo, like whatever. I was just a foul-mouthed bimbo with no brains, whatever. And he learned very early on how to shut me up. Like, he would just appear on like a panel that I was already on, and I'd say something like spicy or nasty or try to like get his attention. And he would turn around and be like, yeah, all right, yeah, Shelly, I see you down there. You just sit down there, you be quiet, and I'll come down and give you what you need in a little bit. And I would be like, oh, because nobody talked to me like that. And I would just, but my ass sat there. I was like, I would literally be sitting here with my arms crossed, like with a pout on my face, like, don't talk to me like that. But I wouldn't say it to him. And then we wound up, you know, he's my best friend. He's my everything. He's my person. You know, he's amazing. And we so did not start out that way. So did not start out that way. I wasn't even a blip on his radar. I was not worth conversation. And look at us now. Like, he's my go-to for absolutely everything. I would trust him with my life. I would trust him with my kids' lives. Like, he's amazing. And so he does these little clips and stuff and gives them to me because they make me chuckle. I mean, you missed it because you came in the middle, but like, I have a 3-minute intro that he did, and it's all about, he like put all the stuff in for the lyrics that he wanted. And if you come to a show on Saturday, he's going to be doing another songs for you. He just creates songs in this program that he's got. And they're amazing. Like, he did Mama Dialed Herself from a story that Outpost Nerd said. It's hilarious. We have such a good time. But he's going to have a whole segment on that on Saturday night. So come by. Maybe you get a song written about you. Rabbit has a song about her. She's the queen of Kansas. We love Rabbit songs. But yeah, Spicy winning is the best winning. He keeps me on my toes. We can banter back and forth nonstop. It'll never stop. And it never gets like disrespectful or anything, but it's just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. We do a show together. It starts on YouTube, but it's always on Rumble on Sunday nights where we do like old school documentary. Right now we're doing the Century of Self, or the Century of the Self is what it's called. So we've talked about like, you know, our supposed freedoms and like how they influence us, and they use psychology to influence the propaganda to control us more, and how it started and like the whole thing. And then we follow that up with like an 80s movie where we just sit around and we just laugh with each other. Last week we watched Caddyshack. It was hilarious. I forgot how funny that was. I think this week it's either going to be Caddyshack 2, Animal House, or I forget. I let him pick because he's like, "Did you ever see this?" Oh, we're watching it. We're watching this one. You didn't see this? We're watching it. It's just like, all right. Like I never saw Idiocracy. We watched that. I had never seen, what was that one? Office Space. We watched that. Oh my God. I almost peed my pants watching that movie. It was hilarious. So yeah, we have a great time. Was the little guy a kid or Warwick Davis? I don't know. I really don't, because he takes these clips that he finds and he superimposes our faces onto them. So like my outro is like, you'll see like Nerd at the end of my outro where he's just like rapping about this girl from Jersey being me. And it's hilarious because he's like, in one part, he's a Chippendale dancer, like, but he's Chris Farley as a Chippendale dancer. In another, he's like, you know, like this super gay, like film director or whatever. And he's a rapper, and it's just all sorts of things. We have like our friend T-Rex. He's a trucker. We have him as like, I don't know if you ever saw BJ and the Bear with Greg Evigan. It was like, he was a trucker with the chimpanzee. So he superimposed his face on like, you know, Greg Evigan and like all different things. And so, you know, because T-Rex is a trucker, he doesn't pay property tax because he lives in the truck. So it's like, you know, first of all and best of all, I don't pay property tax. The thing that I hate about the clips is they're really catchy and they stick in your head. And I will literally sing that fucking song all day long. Like the Saturday night intro. Shizzy was so surprised one night. Shizzy was doing a stream with Winning on Saturday night. And all of a sudden he's sitting there and I'm in chat moderating. And I hear Shizzy go, "Is that C3?" And I mean, he'd been playing this intro for like months. And it's so funny because most people don't realize that that's my face. He turned Kylie Minogue into me. And so it's like she sings the whole song, she drives the car, and it's still my face. And he was just like, "Oh my God, I've seen that 100 times, and I never realized that was Shelly." Like, I can't believe that I didn't realize that. And he does that. He sneaks me in like everywhere. He just like, you'll see like a little like Winning Reality avatar somewhere in like a corner. And then like you'll see me somewhere, and it's just like, but he's so cute about it. But I mean, that's what we do. We roll together. But yeah, it's funny, and it took some getting used to because I was not used to seeing my face every freaking where. So I don't know if that was a little kid or Warwick Davis, but I mean, it was that Nerd hates that clip, hates it, and the more he bitches about it, the more I'm going to play it because I love Nerd, and teasing him is my, you know, another purpose in life. Jacob Peep said, "Oh, my wife just sent me something that reminded me of this. If there's any fans of Jelly Roll, he test." Oh, I saw that. I saw that his placard said Jelly Roll. I was dying. He testified in front of the Senate yesterday, banking committee. Yeah, he did. He sure did. Yeah, no, the testimony, it was like watching paint dry. But it was so funny to see, like, you're at a Senate hearing and it says Jelly Roll in front of you. Ellie Font, how are you? Where you been, girlfriend? Where you been? T-Rex, best of all, I don't pay property tax. That's so catchy. I hate that he picks the, like, perfect things. Of course, the testimony wasn't super exciting, but very powerful with his experience with addiction. Yeah, I did hear that part. While an unlikely witness, a fantastic one for sure. I didn't stay a lot because I was in the middle of like going through all my old videos and changing like titles and descriptions and everything so that YouTube can't spank me on them. Just, you know, like generically. I mean, they'd have to actually go in and be like, oh, no, you know, got to make her pay now. But no, they weren't going to catch me on titles. So like anything even mildly controversial, I had to use euphemisms or like abbreviations for. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I hate editing myself. I really do. I hate editing and watching what I say. Like, I'm sorry, if I'm talking about my traumas and I'm talking about, okay, like when I was 15, I lost my virginity because somebody raped me. Like, I don't want to say that. That makes it sound ridiculous, number one. And it completely cheapens the fact that I'm sharing something super emotional, super personal, and super painful. But what? I got to worry about everybody else's fifis? What about my fifis? Huh? What about me? I'm admitting something that's gut-wrenching, and you want me to trivialize it by calling it graping. Because otherwise I'm not allowed to say it. You know, talking about taking my own life, I have to say because I unalived myself. How freaking stupid. It's more painful to avoid the painful stuff. Because then you're just getting weaker and softer. And I mean, words are words. They're sounds. They're literally phonemes just like linked together. That's all they are. They're nothing. So why can't I use the ones that I need to use? I got to bend to you? How is that not a violation? I feel abused. I feel violated that they make me do that. But again, I'm a grown-up. My feelings don't matter. My actions matter. My intentions matter. But my feelings about how everything, no, feelings come and go. I woke up this morning, like I said, I woke up paranoid and petty. So petty. Oh, I was petty from last night. I was going off. Winning was just like, and I was like, I know. I was like, apparently I'm super petty tonight. He was like, yeah, you are. But it was just like, oh, shit. Ellie said, oh, today's my birthday. Everybody piled in my bed. I said, oh, my goodness, happy birthday. Aw. Oh, happy birthday to you. You're 21. That's awesome. Now you can, you know, you can go gamble. I'm sorry, I went off on a little tangent. T-Rex said, Shelly, I tried to pimp your BFF's second channel and you totally skipped the chat. Did I really? Where is it? I might not have seen it. Ah, there we go. And the Maybe Evil Twin Winning Seriality, where he uploads these types of clips, is YouTube Winning Seriality. Yep. He's also got a Rumble. He's got a regular Rumble. Everything's in the Rumble, but we go live with all the things that that YT doesn't let us say. So if you join him on Rumble, we're over there having a lot of fun on the regular. So, oh my God, but happy birthday, Ellie. All right, so who's going to sing? I guess, oh, God damn it. I'm all by myself. Shit. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Miss Elephant. Happy birthday to you. Mwah. I love you, girl. I do. I love you. I had to give you the Marilyn Monroe version, at least the Jersey version of it. Because I wasn't trying to sing that shit straight. I can't do it. I can't do it. Just say the word Nick does all the time and nothing happens on his channel. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not doing it. Nope, nope, nope. Yes, everybody, please wish Ellie happy birthday. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. We got a happy birthday, Ellie. From T-Rex, we got a happy birthday from Lady Awesome. Happy birthday from Jacob Peets. Happy birthday from Gutters Pub. Happy birthday from my Daisy girl. There's my Daisy girl. She's my Daisy girl. Yep, so happy birthday. We love you so much. I love that you're here. I think you are an awesome person. I don't care what you do anywhere else. You come here and you are awesome all the fucking time. You always reach out to me on Discord and give me that little like squeeze that I need. You know, and I love that you're around. It makes me happy. So she said, so I got sleep deprivation for my birthday. It's the gift that keeps on giving. It is. Lady Awesome said, yeah, sounds about right when you have kids. I used to love when they would pile in. Just remember that doesn't last forever, so savor it. I miss them being little enough to like jump into bed and just be like, oh, I'm cuddling up. Okay. Now they get in my bed. They push me right the fuck out. They're like, oh, since you're up, can you go make one? Bastard. Like, why can't we just cuddle and watch cartoons? Let's watch the Muppets or, you know, like something. See, Katie was my Star Wars girl. She would watch endless Star Wars with me. Connor, not so much. There's definitely like, oh, look on the Rumble side. Daisy Girl said, happy birthday, Ellie. And she's got a little pug shaking its ass. Boom, 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 boom. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Just shake that ass, shake that ass. Oh, middle finger. This is for your haters. Here, I'll double barrel too. Boom. There you go. Boom, 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 boom. Because, you know, solidarity is what we're about around here. I fully support flipping somebody off. Listen, Ellie, if you can read the screen, that's something you could say to people. So if you say sfachim is kind of like saying, shit. Like, or calling somebody a shit, basically. And then you say, Fangool, that's one word, Fangool Asord Eda. So, Fangool Asord. That means fuck your sister's ass. So that's what that means in Italian. But if you say Sfachim Fangool Asord, you'll feel so much better and they won't have a clue what you're talking about. So you can get away with murder. You can get away with murder if you use my curse words. Because my Italian, like I said, is just from my village. So, like, regular Italians, they're like, I think I know what you said, but not entirely sure. Like, so it's good. You get away with so much more. That's like, you know, the thing. Fangool Friday is the name of this stream. That's why we're in that, you know, like, go fuck yourself Friday. That's the theme of today. Gutters Pub. Oh, just wait till the grandbabies start arriving. It's so much funner. I just hope that I get grandbabies. I really do. Because I love babies. Oh. Anytime somebody would come to the school and they'd be like, "Oh, you just had a baby. Where's the baby?" Oh, Shelly was here. Then they know, go find me because I took that baby. I'm like, I'll bring it back in like 20 minutes. You're a new mother. You relax, calm down, rest. And they're like, here. Here's a kid. Take it. Okay. Just walk around with like a baby, just smell. You get that baby smell. Oh, God. I swear to God, every time I've ever smelled a baby after the age of 40, like after I turned 40, my ovaries would like dance. They'd be like, come on, bitch, one more. Just one more. No, we're done. The shop is closed. I would love babies, but it's not fair. That was something that I wanted to talk to you guys about. I watched a Candace Owens thing where she was talking about the Pope. The Pope has now put a ban on surrogacies. So if you want to be a surrogate and be a Catholic, that's a no-no. And at first, look, Ellie Fun said, in the spirit of go fuck yourself Friday, go fuck yourself, haters. There you go. There you go. Gutter said, yep, I'm a baby freak. Oh, yeah, I'm addicted to babies. Baby is like, I'm sorry, but babies are like my favorite like crack addiction. Oh my God, I jones for them. And I mean, you could have like even a crying baby. I don't give a fuck. Just hand it to me. It'll calm down. My body runs hot and I have a really deep voice. So like the reverb in my chest knocks them right out. That's what it does. Like the main thing is like I just take a baby, I hold them like in the middle of my chest with their ear over either like my heart or like my lungs or whatever. But because of the register, like where I talk from, my chest vibrates as I talk. And if I sing Patsy Cline, I can guarantee you I can knock any baby out in 2 minutes or less. Even the most colicky child, because my son was colicky. But like I am the baby whisperer because it's perfect. My chest is super warm, even through the clothes. And because of the register of my voice, it knocks them out. Because it's like, and they just, I love doing that. But Patsy Cline is definitely the winner when it comes to putting babies to sleep. And it doesn't matter how loud I do it. If I sing Crazy, Sweet Dreams, You Belong to Me is probably the favorite one. It works the fastest. I'll be completely honest. And it's the easiest one to sing. But yeah, I always used to use Patsy Cline to put all the babies to bed. Every baby. They're like, what are you singing? Everybody's like, she's singing Patsy Cline. Leave her alone. Like, do you hear the kid crying? No. Have you ever heard that kid not crying? No. Then shut up. Like she's doing her job. Yeah, I'm a baby freak. T-Rex said, when my dad retires, having been a nurse for 30 years now and knowing proper PPE protocols, he wants to be a baby rocker for the preemies. Aww. Oh, they need that. Speaking as a preemie, like I wasn't preterm, I was premature. But yeah, they didn't have people who did that. And you can tell that nobody touched me or held me for like the first week of my life because I am like touch starved. Like I was joking with Winning the other day. I was like, my ex used to say, you just can't not touch, can you? I'm like, no, because if you're in the room with me, my hand is going to be on you somewhere. I'll be playing with your hair. I'll like hold your hand. I'll have my hand on your back, on your thigh, whatever. It doesn't have to be anything perverted. I just need to reach out and know you're there. I need that connection. You don't have to touch me back, but I have to I have no sense of personal bubbles when it comes to other people. My personal bubble is quite strong, but everybody else's, no. But I mean, at least I warn you. I don't do it like right out the gate. I'm like, I'm a toucher. I'm touchy-feely. I know you don't like hugs, but you're going to get used to them. Like, trust me. You'll think nothing of me, like, walking up to you if you're in a bad mood. I turn around, I rub my butt, and I'm like, nah. Like, I will bounce. I will twerk right on you. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you're the principal. I don't care if you're like a 90-year-old lady. I don't care. If it's going to make you laugh, I'll do it. That's just how I am. So like that's one of the reasons why I don't show you guys me, because I'm very expressive, and I don't really want that, because I can't just reach out and touch you guys. I can't do the huggy thing, and you're going to see it on my face that I'm like devastated that you're sad and I can't hug you, and I can't like, freaking smack you in the face with my boobs to make you laugh. Like I can't do any of that. That's what I do. That's who I am. I will use my body to make you laugh. I don't care. It's a comfort thing. But yeah, that's so awesome that he wants to do that. I think that's such an amazing thing. And it's so necessary. And there's just not enough people doing it. And not enough people you can trust to do it. And he knows their situation. He knows how fragile they are. So that's amazing to me. I love that you shared that. Thank you. Goddess Bob, I can be in the shittiest mood and a baby changes it immediately for me. Absolutely. Absolutely. Lady Autumn said, I never understood religious people doing the IVF or a surrogate. Isn't that playing God? Yeah, but I'll get to that in a second as soon as I get through these. He had a very valid point, and then I started thinking about it, and I was like, oh my God, no, he's absolutely right. Ellie said, I get it. I love babies too. My first pregnancy, I miscarried in the second trimester. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been there. I've miscarried lots of babies. Me too. So the ones who lived, I love on them. Absolutely. I was crying talking to Winnie the other day. I was like, oh my God, when I get to heaven, I hope that my babies are all there waiting for me. I want all my kids. I'd have 6 kids. Hopefully at that point. Hopefully 4. And then the 2 are still down here, but I'm very practical. So, I mean, Katie, I don't know. But I mean, the ones that I never got to see, the ones that I didn't get to raise or whatever, I hope they're up there going, it's okay. We've been looking in and we're kind of glad we're up here, Mom. Now we can just hang out. But I kind of want them to be babies. I want them to be babies when I get there. I don't want them to be fully grown. I don't want to miss it. So maybe that's my idea of heaven, being able to just constantly raise babies. I gotta have a cigarette, otherwise I'm gonna cry. I know it's stupid, but for some reason, if I'm having a cigarette, I usually don't cry. It's a weird thing. Just like crying makes me have to go pee. It's don't ask me to explain it. I just know that it's true. Lady, also, I'm not saying that in judgment, just question. Oh no, absolutely. Elephant, my second baby was a NICU baby. Aww. I think my church also said surrogacy was a no-no years ago. I get it. It's playing God. Lady said, around here, I love on babies, kiddos, till they're about 7 or 8, and then it's time to teach you how to, keep your hands to yourself and respect people's bubble. Yeah, because, and also, like, at that point, you're just starting out the pre-training for, like, grown people. Like, they got to grow into something. But when they're little, like really little, you just want to just bathe them in love. You just want to just love on them all the time and just make them so that they know how to be kind. They know how to be sweet. They know how to be loving. And then you teach them boundaries when they're able to, it's more developmentally appropriate. They don't get boundaries. No 3-year-old understands boundaries. They don't even understand a cliff edge. They're just like, la la la, I can't walk on air. Watch me. Oh no. That's a baby. But at 7, they're like, oh no, I'd fall. They get it. So yeah, you do it right. I believe they'll be there, Shelley. Thank you. I believe that they were perfect, so God didn't need them to be here and be tested. I do say that. I do think that, okay, they served a purpose. They were put here for a purpose. And they just achieved it way sooner than I was ready for them to achieve it. And that's okay. I have to be okay with it because I can't change it. And my thing is, if I can't change it, I got to accept it. And I got to make it so that it doesn't hurt me anymore. So I got to flip it. If I have to fantasize a little bit about them, sitting on a cloud going, when's she getting here? Where's she at? While they're sitting with my dad or my grandmother or whatever, then that's what I have to do. That's what I want. So I believe in it. I don't think anything's impossible. I really don't. So if that's my afterlife, that's my afterlife. It doesn't have to be your afterlife. It's my afterlife. So that's what I think about. T-Rex said, according to some of the Catholics, my parents are going to hell because of committing the sin of creating more Catholics because my sister and I are IVF and possibly my sister and I don't have souls. I mean, I don't go that far. I don't go that far. But the surrogacy, I'm going to explain why I agree. T-Rex said, those people can go to hell. Fuck them people who think those assholes and discount me as a person. T-Rex, you have a soul. You have a big mouth, but you have a soul. None of us believe you don't have a soul. So here's the thing about the ban on surrogacy. He believes that every child, no matter how conceived, is a gift from God. Because even with IVF, the IVF isn't going to work without God's intervention. Maybe maybe your mom had to do IVF and it led to something up. It'll lead you to have a bigger appreciation for how special your life is. Maybe when it gets hard to, get up one day, you're just like, you know what? I'm not going to do this to my parents. If you say, I didn't ask to be here, they're like, well, we prayed for you to be here. We worked for you to be here. You weren't, just like some random coupling. They worked for you. They went through it. So maybe you appreciate your parents a little more when they get on your nerves. Maybe you appreciate your own life a little more when things get hard. Everything has a purpose. So anybody that tells you, oh, this because you don't have a soul now, fuck them. But what he was talking about is people are not using surrogacy because they want to have a child and have a family and live a moralistic life. People are going and getting surrogate. Look at Amber Heard. Do you think that that's somebody who should have been a parent? She didn't want to wreck her body, so she didn't have the baby herself. She went and took, this thing with Elon, who she was not in love with, not married to, not going to stay with. And they created all these embryos. And then she didn't even carry the embryo herself. She put it in somebody else. And then she's like, look, I'm a mom. No, bitch. No. You didn't go through there's a reason why mothers go through labor. That's a reason why they go through the trials of pregnancy, because that creates the bond. You've put so much into it. Do I think that people who adopt love their kids less? No. But I do think that carrying your kid is important. There's no reason why she couldn't carry a child. She didn't want to. And then you have gay men who go and they get a surrogate. And I was thinking about this. They go and get a surrogate. And Candace Owens said it. She was like, if that girl, they're not emotionally connected to that pregnancy. They don't care. They just want the baby at the end. So most of the time, if that girl has a miscarriage, they're not sitting there and they're not, oh my God, it's okay. We're going to try again. They're just like, well, all right, I need another girl because where's this? I need this baby. That's the goal. No, there's a disconnect. It's made it so that everybody can have a baby as an accessory. There's a reason why we struggle. So, I mean, if you're struggling to have a baby and you go through IVF, you're going to appreciate that life more. If you're going through and you absolutely cannot have a baby and it's all you ever wanted, and you can do it through a surrogate, and you and your husband are going to raise this baby and love this baby, and you're going to, be there every second, then sure. But if you're two gay dudes who just want a couple babies because, oh, well, we need children. No, you don't. Babies need a mother and a father. I would argue they absolutely always need a mother, male or female. That's a love you can't just replace. Like, just have somebody like step in and be like, well, I'm your mother now. No. Two men are never going to be like, I'm your mom. No, you're two dads. And you're not even that. So it's like, ugh. That's what's wrong with where the world is heading. It's slouching toward ridiculousness, like toward just absolute mayhem and like, slouching toward Gomorrah, I guess. But I mean, we're slouching toward our own destruction. And that's part of it. So, I mean, I thought it was really interesting that he did that. I also thought it was kind of hypocritical, since now he's blessing same-sex marriages, but he's banning surrogacy. So it's like, dude, how are you going to say this is okay on one hand, but it's not okay on the other? Because they're tied together. They are. One usually leads to the other. So you're like, yeah, you could do this, but then that's it. That's a little, it's a little cruel if you look at it from that perspective. So I don't agree with everything that I do, but with everything that the church does. I don't agree with most of what the church does, which is why I don't go there. But I don't like surrogacy for that reason, because people have taken something helpful and beautiful that should have been an enrichment for people who, couldn't carry their own babies. And they took it and they turned it into a commodity. Babies are not an accessory. That's like when everybody was getting pregnant. And I remember there was this chick she was like maybe 15 years old, 14 years old. And she already had like 3 kids. And I was like, are you kidding me? And the talk show host asked her, well, why did you? And she said, because I wanted somebody to love me. And I already had Katie, I think 10 years at that point. And I yelled so loud at that screen. I was like, babies don't love you. Kids don't even know how to love you. I mean, do they? Yes, but you're not going to get love from a baby. You got to give love to a baby. So if you can't wake up and know that from the gate, then you're not going to do very well. You're going to be very disappointed. Because babies are all about babies. It is literally a walking, talking, screaming, pooping id. Just saying like it's a super id. And it's all about me. If you look at a baby, nothing matters outside that baby to them. They don't care about your hair. They don't care what you need. They don't care that you need sleep. They don't care you're sick. They don't give a shit. It's me, 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 me. Babies need every drop of love you have. And rightfully so. But they're not going to give you love. If you raise them right, yes, maybe they'll love you back if you're not a complete shithead. But again, you can't guarantee that either. You have a baby to love it, not for it to love you. And so many young girls that I had seen, in real life, on TV, whatever, they said the same damn thing. And it took me years to realize, no, I didn't have kids for them to love me. I had kids because I needed something to love and nurture and take care of. I needed somebody to need me. And I can honestly say from the moment those kids were born, I got my wish. They need me. And now it's like, Connor's at the point where he doesn't need me for everything. And it hurts. It's terrifying. I'm like, no, but I can do that for you. And he's like, no, I can do it myself. Oh. Oh, what's up? But it's like, I know you can do it, but wouldn't you rather I did it? Don't you don't I do it better? Well, no, I have to learn how to do it. Why? Where am I going? What? I'm not dying. I'm here. I can still do it. But, he doesn't take it that way. He's like, oh, you don't trust me to do it. It's not that. It's that I need you to need me. Like, I don't want to be, superfluous in your life yet. I don't want you to leave me from some other chick. Fuck that bitch. She didn't do for you. And like I said, when he came out, the first thing I said was, oh my God, nobody's ever going to love you like mommy loves you. And no woman's ever going to be good enough for you. And I still tell him that. And he's like, somebody will. I'm like, nope, never. Mm-mm. He's like, if I introduce you to somebody, like, you're going to be nice, right? Oh, absolutely not. No. I'm sorry. You want me to be nice to a woman who could possibly, like, screw you over? No, I'm going to put the fear of God in that bitch. No. Mm-mm. She is going to be very, very afraid. All right, let's go back. T-Rex, do you feel a little better? I don't want you to get like all upset over that. Ladies said, throttle back there, Scooter. I'm not saying that. No, he's not saying to you. He's saying it basically. He's yelling at the world. That started as IVF. Now the doctors that do that is more of what I'm talking about. It's the ones that put like 8 or 9 babies in somebody. That's a little ridiculous. Like that. And then all these people, they go and they make like a publicity thing out of it. And I can't even blame them because one baby is expensive. Can you imagine trying to take care of 8 babies at once? 24/7. And they're usually like their husbands are either not there or they fuck off because it's too much, or they're not in the picture anyway. And it's just like, no, see, this is irresponsible. This is irresponsible, practices. So like, it's different for it to be a medically necessary thing than somebody who just wants to go and, oh, well, I'm already, I'm living on welfare and I'm living off whatever, but let me go get IVF and have like 8 kids at once. Like Octomom. Stop. That was ridiculous. And you're going to tell me she was a wonderful mom to all those kids? Fucking pull this one. It plays Jingle Bells. Like, T-Rex. Yeah, my mother has PCOD and couldn't have children on their own. And yeah, like you can like calm down with the all caps kind of stuff because that was a bit much. But I understand, but like a little respect, T. A little respect. They tried for years. I just don't get why my parents should have to repent for creating one of God's children. Like Shelley said, yeah, no, absolutely. Wouldn't take if God didn't want it to happen. And I believe that. Yep. Side note, all Elon Musk's children have been Petri dish babies, mostly out of wedlock. Yep. Because he's like, oh, I need to repopulate the planet because population is down. If they all turn out and like affect the world the way he has, that's awesome. But if they're all going to turn out like these spoiled little shits, no. Like, we have enough friggin' entitled people. T-Rex said last, I wasn't talking to you at all, hon. I'm talking about people have literally said that to my mom's face about going to hell. Yeah, people are they're mean. People are they're stupid. They say shit that I don't know if they're just too stupid to realize how offensive it is and how hurtful, or they just don't care. Gutters Pub said, this Pope is whack. He's a wackadoo. I will give you that. He is a wackadoo. Always talking about how, we love the children. Yeah, maybe it's not good for you to talk about children at all. Being as the Catholic Church is like the number one pedophilic offender in the world. In existence. Like, y'all made a free, and you cover for each other too, which really fucking sucks. T-Rex said, I get what you're saying, though. People should try hormones and other things before they're in IVF also. Side note, the embryos that are left over after having the amount of kids the parents want being destroyed or donated to other parents or whatever is the main opposition the Catholics have to IVF. They consider that a form of abortion. Yeah, because you're creating life and like freezing it. It depends on where you believe life starts. Does it start at insemination? Does it start at, like the first heartbeat? Like, and that's always going to be like a debate among people. Me, the thought that there are embryos frozen, like it hurts my heart. Mainly because I don't understand it on a higher level. I don't know. It's a lot for me to take in. I was just trying to make you laugh because I thought your chat was yelling. Yeah. Another side note. Side note. Technically speaking, me and my sister, by definition, are paternal twins because our eggs were fertilized at the same time. Yet I'm 27 and she's 24. Well, there you go. Yeah, Octomom. That bitch. I can't. Hey, yo, what's up? Happy Friday. They get free new Suburbans and houses if they have 6 kids. No. Yeah, I know. I'm telling you, this world is not geared for people who are traditional or work for their shit. It's just not. Lady said, I have no respect for Elon when it comes to that. No, I know. Now, Nick Cannon, he's doing it the old-fashioned way. Yeah, but he ain't there for all those kids. That's another thing. I brought him up yesterday when I was talking to Winnie. I was like, that motherfucker. I was like, he's just spreading his seed all over the place. I don't agree with that either because he's not there to be. I mean, they're all different baby mamas. There's no way he could split himself up to be, constant in those kids' lives and still earn a living and support them and whatever. Like, that just seems just so irresponsible to me. What was I going to say? I got to go back. Wait. Elon's children. I had a thought. God damn it. Where's my thought? I don't remember what I was going to say. God damn it. I hate when I do that. I should have written it down. But yeah, you're 27 and she's 24. That's funny. I mean, think about it. I'm an identical twin. That's even more hilarious. What if I'm the good one? Oh, that's what I was going to say. People don't think before they talk. I've told you guys this story before. Some of you are new, so it's, just pretend like you never heard it. I worked with a chick that, first of all, we wound up finding out she got arrested because she was doing unspeakable things to her children and making them do unspeakable things to each other, as well as other people. So I wanted to kill her when I found out, which is why they separated us when they came to arrest her. And then when they took her away, I was like, what the hell's going on? And my boss, who was a very, very big lady, had to sit on me because I was going to kill her. I demolished my boss's office because I wanted to go through the plate glass window to get to this bitch when they told me what happened, because I'd met those kids. Had I known that, I would have been the one in jail because I would have killed her. I would have unalived her like nothing, and I would have went to jail giggling and singing a happy song, because how fucking dare you? But this bitch, who was also the one who propositioned me to have a threesome with her ex-husband. And I was just like, ew, I wouldn't do you with somebody else's dick. No. But she was just, it was just, yeah, this is the shit you hit me with at 7:00 in the morning. Like, hey, I think my ex-husband would really enjoy you. We'd like you to join us. What? How is this my life? I don't understand. But we were all outside smoking a cigarette. It was me, my office mate, Trish. Her name was Trish. My boss, and a whole bunch of different people. And out of nowhere, she goes, Shelly, let me ask you a question. I was like, all right, shoot. Why do you think God punished you? I was like, wait, what? When did God punish me? She was like, well, why do you think God punished you giving you, a handicapped kid? I mean, you could have heard like a bird shit in the woods. Like it was dead silent because they were just, everybody was ready to jump me to hold me back because they thought I was going to kill her. And I looked at it and for once I didn't react. I was just like, huh. I said, first of all, I don't see it as a punishment. I was like, and second of all, the way I see it, God had to give this child to somebody. And he looked around and he saw me and said, you know what? She's been through a lot in her life. She'll be good for this baby. She will love this child. She will be able to get through this. She's strong enough for it, because he saw assholes like you who are a piece of shit and couldn't do the fucking job. And she was just, she was all insulted. You just insulted me and my kid. And you're mad because I called you a piece of shit. You're lucky I didn't stab you through the eye. Like, because I wanted to. I wanted to put my cigarette out on her face multiple friggin' times. But like, people come out and they say stupid shit. And it's just like, really? How do you have the audacity to stand in front of me, you crappy, cunty person, like, and you're going to come at me and say some shit like that? No, absolutely not. And I answered her for real, because I don't believe my kids were a punishment. I believe my kids were going to turn out the way they were. And God said, you know what? She's tough enough. Give it to her. She knows how to laugh after, no matter how bad it gets. She knows how to keep loving, even though she's not going to get it in return. Even though the work is going to be 100 times more than if she had a typical kid. Just give them to her. She'll put those kids before anybody else. And it wasn't because I was meant to be this great parent. I wasn't born with parenting knowledge. I don't think you can ever really say what kind of parent you're going to be until you are a parent, because you don't know what kind of kid you're going to get. You can do everything a certain way. Yeah, it looks good on paper, but to execute that plan, it don't happen. It doesn't work. You have to adapt. But I can say I knew what kind of parent I wasn't going to be. I was never going to not protect my kids. I was never going to leave them open to predators and just be like, meh, good luck. Like, I was never going to fault them for being themselves. I was never going to say, I don't like your personality, don't talk to me, go live with your grandmother or whatever. I knew what I was never going to do. Now, did I know if I was going to be a yeller? No, I didn't know. Did I know if I was going to be like a smart parent, or like, did I know that I was going to be with it, or like, no, did I know that I would definitely be that funny, goofy parent? Yeah, I knew that. I knew that. Did I know that I could always make my kids laugh? Yes, because I was always able to make anybody laugh. It didn't matter how down they were. I knew how to get them to just lighten up a little bit so that they could get through something. I know how much healing there is in laughter. I know that I don't mind looking like a friggin' retard or a goofball if it's going to make you laugh, if it's going to get you through something, if it's going to give you a little bit of strength you didn't have before. Lighten that load a little bit. I have a hard time, carrying my stuff, so I bury it. But I have no problem taking on the weight of others. That's what I'm built for. And I knew that from when I was a teenager. I knew that no matter how bad it got, no matter how much responsibility there was going to be, I could do it. Because I had that workhorse work ethic. You know, I'd been through trauma after trauma after trauma. So I knew you could bounce back from anything. You know, if you're in the middle of hell, you don't stop and die there. You keep going until you're out of it. There's always a way out of it. It might take time and a lot of effort, but better to put that forward and get out of it than to give up and live in it. You know, and I knew what I was bringing to my kids. I didn't know that I was going to parent a certain way. I didn't know that if I was going to be a yes parent and no parent. I knew that I would have a lot of rules for my kids. But I also knew that I'd have no problem with them piling in my bed and watching cartoons and eating sugary cereal all friggin' day long as everybody was happy. You know, moderation, that's the key to everything. But I was never going to be non-affectionate. You know, because I was never hugged. I knew I was going to hug my kids. I was never told I love you. I knew I was going to tell my kids I love them all the time. My son doesn't leave a room or enter a room without telling me he loves me. He opens the bedroom door and I hear, "Hey, Mom, I love you." And then he walks through the room and then he goes, gets his food, comes back. He's like, "I'm going in the room. Love you." Every single time. He could do that a dozen times a day. I made that kid. I made him so that he's not ashamed to love somebody. It's not a weakness to him. Do you hear this cat? She said, "No." Snips by Fangool, yeah? Jesus. Does not like closed doors. T-Rex said, "My parents have embryos frozen since 1995. Oh, Lord. Because they don't know what to do with them morally because of what I spoke of. Yeah, it's the same issue. Shelly, it's like we can't just... Well, yeah. Because you don't know that they're not babies. I think as I talk, it's like real-time processing. Really? Okay. Morning, Xander. T-Rex. But the thought of their kids being out there and not knowing them is devastating to them, which is why I didn't put Katie up for adoption. Everybody wanted me to. They were like, "You don't know how to be a mother. You're poor. You don't have a job. You don't have this. You don't have that. You're not going to be able to do it." First of all, never tell me I can't do something. Do you hear her throwing herself at the door? Would you stop? Snips. Oh my goodness. You like crazy cat. What is wrong with you? You want a treat? Oh, look. See, she comes running over. What do you want? What's the matter? You feeling lonely? God, you're so crazy. Stop, or I'm going to call Connor to go let you into the room. Yeah, the thought of them being out there, that's crazy. And here's the thing. If people like just go and give their, "Hey, Darth, what's up?" Hi, Fangool. Ganfuls. Fangool. There she goes. She's throwing herself at the door. It's retarded. I can't with this cat, man. So imagine that they have like all those embryos and they give them away. What if one of their, like, I don't know, what if they do it like around the same time that they have you and you grow up and you're within like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years of these other embryos that are out there, right? These other, brothers and sisters. And you don't know they're your brother or sister. What if you become romantically entangled? Because the likelihood of them being given to somebody in your area, it's a high likelihood. So, like, you don't know that this is your brother and sister. Now you're being all gross and everything, and you don't even know it. You might know it if you have a baby with a lot of friggin' issues, and then you get genetic testing, and they're like, your DNA matches 100%. How's that possible? Like, we did genetic testing, and I got news for you. Like, that's bad. That way lies badness. Like, that's why, like, these guys who go out and they have like whole separate families at the same time as having their other family. And then like the kids meet. That happened. Oh my God. What was that on Sons of Anarchy? When he went over to like Ireland or whatever. And Jax went over to Ireland with his mother to go save his son or whatever, because they kidnapped his son. And he meets that chick and they start making out. And the mother like bursts and she's like, "Stop! You have the same father." And they're just like, like, oh God. They're like, thank God it didn't go anywhere. But still, you swap spit with your sister or your brother. So it's like, bleh. But shit happens. What if that was to happen? Especially, how many embryos do you have? Like, sometimes they have 2, sometimes they have 20. Are you supposed to give all, and you have just like 20 brothers and sisters roaming around, you don't know? Maybe you're like, I just felt a connection. Yeah, because it's your brother or it's your sister. That's why you felt. It's a familial connection, not a romantic. You didn't make a soul match. You met, a sibling match. That's what you did. So it's like, I'll probably have to make the decision. Well, I mean, you can make the decision, but there's no rush. There's no rush. Lady Autumn said, someone said that to you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Who the fuck said it was her? What the hell was her name? Jennifer something. I don't know. She went to jail for like the whole thing with her kids and everything. And she spent like, I think 7 or 8 years isolated, like in solitary, because the first week she was there, those women fucked her up. She got stabbed. She got beat. She got everything. Everything. They went off. Like, when they say, oh, that jail justice doesn't really happen, that's a myth. No, it's not. No, it's not. Women do not forgive that kind of shit. These women fucked this woman up. And I was like, I wish they would have done it permanent. But, and then she went and changed her name and everything when she got released. I think she did 10 years total. I was like, 10 years total. Those kids have to live with that their whole lives. That bitch should rot in that jail. She should rot under the jail. Like, bring back hanging them from their friggin' thumbs in the fucking dungeon. Like, that's the kind of shit she should have experienced. But yeah, no, she said it was a punishment. Why would God punish me? What did I do that God punished me by giving me, a kid, a handicapped kid? It was like, really, bitch? Like, people are ignorant. They are ignorant. And it kills me because they like to walk that high moral ground and they think they're doing like a whole ha 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 moment. And I always flip it on them. She did that to me in a meeting once. She was, I don't know, we were all around this big conference table and I was directly across from her. And I was in a ball busting mood. And she said something and it was about my account. And I had like a snappy comeback or something because fuck you, it's my account and don't talk about my account. I'm way ahead of you. Like, my shit is straight. You're the one who don't know how to do your job. And she didn't like what I said. So she, like, instead of talking to her left where the boss was, she whipped around to like look at me and she pointed right in my face across the table. And she was like, you shut the hell up. She yelled at me. And everybody went, and I backed my head craned back and I looked at her finger pointing at me because she was holding it there. And I looked at her and I just smiled. And it was hilarious because she turned white as a sheet. And everybody at that table pushed their chairs back. They were like, nope. And the one like huge, this big bodybuilder guy that I worked with, big, rough, tough kind of guy. He was like, he was our security blanket. Like, he made us feel safe. I went outside later and had a cigarette. He comes out and he was like, you all right? was like, me? Yeah, I'm good. Why? He goes, I'm going to tell you something that I never thought I would admit to another human being. I was like, what? He goes, you literally almost scared the shit out of me. He was like, my asshole clenched up because I was terrified. Just when you smiled, I don't think I've ever been that scared of a woman in my life. It was like, he said, and you were fine. And I was. I just smiled and I was like, you want to go? Real calm. And she was like, I was like, you have 3 seconds to apologize to me. And she's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was like, now back the fuck up, because if I get up, I'm going to fucking kill you. But I was real calm. Smile never left my face. And everybody was just like, oh my God. Like you could feel the tension in there. I know when to control myself and I know when to wild out. And if I'm super controlled, like you could ask my sister, she's like, the minute Shelly goes still and gets real calm, you better haul ass because she is not going to hit you. She's done. She has reached that point where she's like, you got a 5-second head start. Start talking or start running. Like those are your 2 options. You better backpedal like a motherfucker. I would have punched her no matter who she was talking about. I mean, nobody knew what to say to her. They were just waiting to see if I was going to punch her. I don't physically assault stupid people like that because you can't really fight. Yeah, you can't fix stupid. You can't fight stupid either. Sometimes you just got to put them in their place and be like, you know what? You are so not worth my energy. I am not going to jail for a jackass like you. But let me tell you about yourself. Let me set your ass straight. And I do it very calmly. But then if that doesn't land, then we get violent. Like sometimes, you know, violence is never the answer, except when it is. And believe me, many times I found that it's the answer. It at least stops the question. A joke is only a dad joke when the punchline is apparent. That was funny. Oh, you know the way to my heart. You know the most stupidest jokes. Oh, that was good. Oh, yeah. It's a pain. That one took me a minute. I was like, wait, and then it hit me. Oh, it's so funny. Oh, lady, that got me all riled up. Girl, that was a long time ago. That bitch got what was coming to her. Ellie Font, I'm on the side of their babies from conception. Yeah, me too. Me too. Because my miscarriages, I miscarried. It was usually in the 3rd month when I would miscarriage. Like it would be like around the 12, 13 weeks. And I felt like I was losing a child. I wasn't just losing cells. That's not, I'd already dreamed about this baby. I'd already thought of names. I was already attached. That's my baby. I don't care what form they're in at that moment. They're my baby from the moment I conceive them. So yeah, I completely agree. If anybody is judging you or your parents, they're doing it unjustly. Only God can judge. And I really believe that he has more mercy and love for us than we can comprehend. Yeah, I believe that. AO said, that's happened to have read stories about lovers. Yeah. Of every level in relationships, being cousins or forgotten siblings or something. Oh yeah, it happens. Oh, Shelly, I got stories. If you want to hear them, totally. Oh my goodness. I mean, I got to do a show about that. Maybe you can come on and do just tell us stories like that. I would love that. Think about it. And then get back to me if you want to do a show just purely on stuff like that. Cause that's, my current career is as a genealogist. Oh, I know. I've been doing genealogy for 36 years. Oh my goodness. I work in the family history library, and also I help adoptees find their birth families. Oh, that's awesome. Good. You explained to me why my 23andMe says that I'm half Finnish. I mean, really? The other half of me is old Southern Italian, or really Southeast Italian. They even they have it right down to the village I came from. They're fucking dead accurate on that. But then it's you're 44% Finnish. What? What? I know where both my parents come from. So either that DNA kit is a bunch of bullshit, or my mother did shit she wasn't supposed to. So, because it's not like it's a quarter, so that my father was half Italian. He would have to be all Finnish, but I look Italian and Irish. I don't look Nordic or whatever. I don't have any of those looks. So it's all right. Here's a few stories for you all. One was a guy who thought he had Parkinson's, took a DNA test, and he found out the man he thought was his father was not his father. You are not the father. He contacted the bio dad. Bio dad claimed even with the DNA that he was not his son and that he was sterile, and tell all these people to stop contacting me. Oh my goodness. The dude had multiple bastard children. Oh, I love when they think they're sterile. They telling you they're sterile. My favorite was I worked with the girl whose husband was sterile. And then she had 2 boys, one right after the other. And those boys don't look a thing like her husband, but they look remarkably like our boss, who was driving her to and from work for 3 years. So, and we're just I looked at her, I was like, who are you bullshitting? I was like, those babies look just like Joe. Stop. And she's like, no, they're Tommy's. And bitch, you lying bitch. If you want to lie to her, to him, whatever, whatever gets you through the day. But don't treat me like I'm stupid. I'm not going to give away your secret, except I guess now I am. But fuck her. She lied to me. She lied to him. She lied to everybody. But she stuck to that story. She still, to this day, it's no, they're my husband's. Your husband doesn't have any viable sperm. It's not like he has low sperm count. There's nothing. He's not shooting blanks. He's just shooting liquid. That's all he's shooting. There's nothing in there swimming. So it's okay, that's like my sister saying that, she got pregnant when she was with Skittles. Yes, Skittles is a woman. It's Skittles and I made this baby. With what? How many candles did you light to have an angel come down and do the Annunciation visitation on you? Because that is not a miracle baby. No, it's our lesbian baby. Bitch, if that baby comes out looking like that dude, Tommy, I'm going to kick your ass. Not only did one of them come out looking like Tommy, 2 of them did. I was like, how are you a lesbian and you're still getting pregnant? That is not possible. It's not. And she's like, it's me and Skittles. Shut up. Shut up. Oh, God. Darth is going off. Wait, let me just. Did I say it right that time? Vaginful. No. Fangool. No fool. It's Fangool, not gone fool. We have enough people that have gone fool around here. He was trying to boink his sister, just like Luke Skywalker. I know, that was terrible. When we found out, I was in the movie theater with my dad when we saw Return of the Jedi, and the minute they said that they were brother and sister, I went, oh. And he was like, no. It was a friendly peck. There was nothing to it. I was like, because he knew exactly where my head went. And then he was sitting there and he was just like, oh my God. That fucked us all up. It was terrible. And then you just move on. Just move on. Who's gonna sister fucking Jack's going, what? You can fix stupid large caliber. You're funny. Easy, you're half finished because your 50-50 is half finished. I know. Well, it's only if I live to 100. I think I'm more than half finished. I pretty much I'm done. Like every day for me is a gift. Because I can't trust these damn doctors. I don't believe any of them. I've heard some sad adoption stories, like the adopted parents rejected their adopted children and abused them. Aw. The birth family wanted them, but CPS removed them and then didn't. Yeah. AO said, yes, I broke her. Oh, shut up. I had a cough. You broke her. Nobody's breaking me. You made me laugh, but that's not breaking me. That's a tickle. Possible for blood relatives to have custody. So wait, they didn't make it possible for blood relatives to have custody of their family members. That's not fair. She is half finished because she is 50% done with shit at base level. Oh, I'm all the way done with most shit in life. I am so fucking done. 100 doesn't seem too far-fetched for me. Please. Darth, he's going. Oh my God, he's gonna Billy Joel theorize with me. He said they say only the good die young, Michelle. Yeah, I know, but I don't think I'm evil. I can be evil, but I'm not a bad egg. I'm a good egg. If I have to say so myself, fuck that. I'm a good egg. I fully expect to go to heaven. I don't expect to go to hell. We joke about it, but I'm like, dude, with all the things I've done in my life that are on the good side, I don't think God is going to hold much against me. I really don't. I kind of like, I always say, I want to get to heaven and walk up to the gates with Peter, like, give me the fisheye, like, reluctantly opening the door and, like, chuckling. And just have God standing there before me, all big and beautiful and bright. And I just want to look at him and have him be like, bitch, get your ass in here. Like, I want God to have a sense of humor. I really do. Because why? I don't see how he could make us with the sense of humor that we have if that's not an element that he has. I mean, you're supposed to be a reflection of God, of, you know, his manifestation. So it's like anything that I'm capable of, God is capable of. You know, he knew what he did when he made me. Yeah, he gave me free will, but I mean, in the end, he also knew what I was going to turn out like. You know, because he knew what parents he gave me. So it's like, he looked at my parents and said, oh, I need a kid who's going to survive. So she's going to have to be a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So I think I worked out exactly the way he planned. I do. And I think as long as I didn't turn into the monsters that raised me, then I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. You know, I never ever did any of that to my kids. I went the other way. You know, I was super protective. I was overly, you know, like protective. I was over affectionate, like to the point where they're like, like, you don't have to hug me all the time. Like, I know you love me. Get off me. Go. You know I love you. That's what I want to hear. Because I still don't know that my mother loves me. I don't think she even likes me. But she's obligated to like interact with me because I'm her only child. And the bitch don't want to die alone. Like that's the only thing. It's purely selfish on her part. I don't think she ever takes into consideration my needs. You know, like she never has before. So why would she start now? Yeah, she's 81. She's like, oh, fuck that bitch. She's just got to stay alive until I'm gone. And then I don't care what happens. I mean, it's a sad thing to say, but it's true. Have you heard of the men who were fertility doctors? Yes. Who would use their own sperm to make the babies? I watched that one thing. Oh my God. Hundreds of kids. Hundreds. I was like, oh Jesus. Like, even now, I got no words for it, because how do you even begin to try to justify or rationalize that kind of behavior? You gotta be kidding me. Like, you really think you're God? And I mean, he wasn't some like amazing fucking person that he needed 300 fucking kids to be just like him. Like, you're half finished because you're 50, and 50 is half finished with life. I know. Dart said Dart his ass out. Nah, it's funny. Only half finished. Call somebody to help. I'm half finished because the batteries went dead. I didn't have time. I got interrupted. Damn kids. Bunch of cock blockers. Jacob Peets literally put that 3 times. Why? Got his pup. Her finger went off. Yeah, it slid off to the side and I lost my rhythm. That's what happened. Ayo, in D&D, when you get to the dungeon, the game is half over because it's half done. You stupid. Ellie, Shelley, there are multiple reasons why you might have 50% finished. We can discuss it if you'd like. Yes, I do want to discuss it. Ellie, I hate CPS. So do I. I hate it. It's monetarily incentivized government kidnapping. It absolutely is. And it's meant to terrorize good parents. Because they can make shit up that makes no sense. You got to prove you're a good parent. Like, really? Why don't you prove that you're a good person? How about that? And if you're not, go to jail. You don't get to interact with humanity. Fuck you. Like, you're going to call me a bad parent because my neighbor didn't like that we had a birthday party for my kid. That's why they called CPS on me one year. They're like, yeah, your neighbor said that, you had there was a big party here. I was like, it was my son's first birthday. Are you kidding me? Oh, no. Well, you could say anything. Look up my son's birth date. When did you get the phone call? The same day. Well, what does that tell you? That's not a coinky dink, you piece of shit. I had one it was that time. Ask my daughter, why are you in that wheelchair? Did your mother put you in that wheelchair? And that was all she wrote. I came because she wanted to question her by herself. And even the person working with her was like, you can't make statements like that. I came out of that bedroom where I was eavesdropping, like my ass was on fire. I was on that bitch. She's lucky I didn't kill her. I went to her supervisor. I went all the fucking, I was like, I'll go to the papers, you fucking bitch. Like, oh my God, we went at it. But for years after, I always looked over my shoulder. Do you know in my house, we don't play anything out loud? You will never hear a TV show being played in my house. You will never hear music being played in my house. We all use headphones to minimize the noise so that none of the neighbors call child protecting services. I'm like, when Connor hits 18, we're going to be blasting that fucking music because fuck them. But those are the steps you have to take to keep them out of your life. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And that was always my biggest fear, that somebody would try to take my kids from me because people are petty as fuck. I mean, that's one of the things that they do to get even with streamers they don't like. Send CPS to their house. They find out who they are. And if they don't send a SWAT team to you, they send CPS, which is worse. I would rather SWAT be here and make me shit myself and then leave and that's over than CPS, because they just drag that shit out for months. Oh, I need you to take a drug test. Why? Well, because if you're first of all, it's not your business. Do you drink? No. You smoke cigarettes. I'm over 18 and it's legal. You don't like it. Fuck you. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, they want you to be like, I don't know, this paragon of purity, doing nothing, but I'm just making sandwiches for my kids all day long. Like, no, it's not going to happen. I got to go back. AO said, man, I don't care where I go. Doesn't matter because nothing is worse than California. Ayo, hell is an upgrade as far as I'm concerned. There you go. Giraffe is proof that God has a sense of humor. Listen, I have some weird like giraffe sex jokes that are just there. I can't even say them on YouTube because I'm just embarrassed to say them. So it's like whatever. But yeah, a lot of them have occurred to me. It's hilarious. Ducks are just waterproof chickens with a kazoo. Jacob, only once on your end. Yeah, it came through 3 times on this end. Where I was eavesdropping. Yeah, I was eavesdropping. There was no way I was not going to know what they were asking her. CPS doesn't help families. They ruin families. They absolutely do. They absolutely do. And they train them in school. They're like, if you don't like what your parents do, you can call CPS on them. My daughter tried that shit when we were on a road trip. She picked up her little play phone because she didn't like what I took something away. And she was like, hello, police? I'd like you to come get my mother. And I flipped. I was like, who told you could do that? Because she was like 6. She was like, they teach us in school. I was like, really? And I told my son the same thing when he reached that level. I was like, if you don't like how I run my house or how I parent you, go ahead. You're going to call CPS? Call CPS. And then you take off all your clothes, you put all your belongings to the side, and you go stand out in the hallway and they can take you. Because you will leave here the same way you came in. Because every single stitch of anything on you, I paid for. If you want to go with them, you ain't taking shit that belongs to me. So you can leave your phone, you can leave your computer, you can leave your video games, leave all your clothes, leave all your dolls, all your stuffed animals, anything that you care about belongs to me. You could take your school books, but not the school bag, because I bought that. So if you want, I'll call them for you. You want me to call them for you? They can come pick you the fuck up and you can go. You would just let me go. If you feel that I am so bad that you need to call somebody to come save you, then let them come save you. Neither one of those kids ever after that ever mentioned calling DIFUS, because we used to call it DIFUS. And my son was like, why do I have to give up my stuff? Because you didn't pay for it. You don't own shit, little man. Like, you have a lot of stuff. I own your stuff. I paid for your stuff. You don't own shit. And the same way you came into this world is the way you can go. You came in screaming and naked, you could go screaming naked and crying the same way. Bye. Now, would I have let that happen? No, but they didn't know that. The same way he wouldn't stop friggin' biting his nails, that he was like making his fingers bleed all the time. And nothing I did worked. Like that paint, the nail paint that like makes it real bitter didn't work. Putting like the wax tips on his fingers that they sell, that didn't work. Making him wear gloves, that didn't work. So one day I was just like, all right, just keep doing it. I was like, but do me a favor, like you know the nails keep growing, right? And he was like, what? I was like, yeah. I said, so I just want to prepare you for like if it keeps growing, like eventually one day it's going to grow into a hand and it's going to come out of your mouth. Just, I don't want you to be afraid. And he was like, wait, what? I was like, oh yeah, nails keep growing even after you bite them. And they'll keep growing until they're eventually like a whole hand, and the hand it needs a place to go. So it'll just, come up out of your mouth. He was like 4. So, I mean, he didn't understand like anatomy and shit like that. All he could picture was this hand growing in his stomach. And he was like, ah! He never bit his nails again. Bad parenting? Maybe, but effective. It was effective and nothing else was. So It was like, okay, do I want him bleeding or do I want him afraid of like a phantom hand growing in his stomach? That's all right. I'll roll the dice on this one. Sometimes you got to get creative. That's why I say never say you're going to be a particular kind of parent. I'll never lie to my kids. Bullshit. Sometimes you gotta. Sometimes you gotta. I'm willing to bet that children are removed and thrown into foster care that haven't even tried to give custody to grandparents, aunts, and uncles. Oh, absolutely. I've seen a lot of them around here. And you know the funny part? The kids that are abused, that I have contacted CPS for help, they didn't take those kids. They didn't even respond. They're like, what do you want me to do? Oh, because it's an actual child who needs like actual help. Now you don't want to be involved? I'm like, I just told you this kid is wearing shoes that are 5 to 6 times, like 5 to 6 sizes too small. I just bought this kid a whole wardrobe because he's got no clothes. His clothes have roaches on them. His underwear are like 2 threads and a lump of shit holding it together. Like the kid hasn't eaten the whole weekend. You know, he's got bed bug bites all over him. Well, what do you want me to do? Are you serious? Like, go scare the shit out of that woman at least so that she takes care of this kid. Because she's got the hair and the nails and she's wearing like, you know, Fendi this and fucking like all the Louis Vuitton bullshit. But her kid is literally in rags. Hand-me-down rags at that. Sitting in his own feces, not eating, begging me for like, you know, to hide goldfish somewhere in his backpack so he has something to eat over the weekend. Like things that would break my heart, they would not get involved. They wouldn't get involved. They'd be like, I don't know what you want me to do. This is your job, ain't it? But yeah, no, let's go after the good parents that, you know, their kid is like, oh, my mom took away my computer for like a whole day. Oh, that's abuse. Are you kidding me? They would have been pissed at me when I found out my kid was a teenager. She had sent some pictures to somebody that I didn't know she was talking to. And she was like, oh, they're my age. I was like, you don't know that they're your age. That's number one. They weren't bad pictures, but they were pictures with a little bit, you know, spicy language and whatever. And I was not having it. I wasn't having it. And she had the nerve to roll her head at me and tell me to mind my own fucking business. So I was like, you want me to mind my own fucking business? I broke her phone in half in front of her. I took her laptop and I slammed it over the edge of the dresser, over the corner of the dresser, and it burst into a million pieces. I completely demolished the iPad. I unplugged everything in her room. And I was like, and now that's what you got. You're grounded. Nothing. Like you could sit and read or you could sleep, but that's all you got. And like I heard something coming from her room later. She had a power cord that she had changed, like she had it on an old set that she took and plugged in. She replaced the one that I had taken. And I was like, oh, okay. So I went over to the circuit breaker and I turned off the electric from her room. And she was like, I have no electric. Nope, sure don't. How am I supposed to? You're not. You're grounded. You're not learning the lesson if you're going to circumvent the punishment. And she was just like, I'm going to tell them to school. Go ahead. Go tell them to school. Tell them what you did. I dare you. I dare you. Because I know your principal. He's not going to side with you. He was my principal. That's how old school he was. He ain't going to side with you. Number one, because he's old school. Number two, because he's way more afraid of me than he is of you. Because he knows me. And she was devastated. I turned her electric off. It wasn't cold out. She didn't need the heat. She was like, what am I going to do for air conditioning? You don't need air conditioning. It's not hot. Open a window. Go ahead. Tell people. Tell people that I took away your electric and then tell them why. Because I'll tell them why. I'll embarrass the fuck out of you. she took it. She was like, all right. It took her a day or two, but she was like, yeah, that was like, I shouldn't have done that. I was like, no, see, it would have been over in like a day or two. Now you got no electric for like weeks. I don't give a fuck. And then when it started getting warm out, I put her electric on. I let her turn on the air conditioner, but I wasn't giving back anything else. Oh no. I moved every single electronic thing out of that room. Everything. But I had a point to prove. And I did. Guess what? She's 28 years old. She's fine. But I tell you, when I tell her something, she listens. She listens. Giraffe sex joke that sounds a bit long in the neck, but I'm interested. I don't know. It takes a long time to swallow it. He's getting caught in my throat. Oh, I think a giraffe would live like a life of disappointment because unless his dick matches that, like she can always turn around and be like, "Oh, I'm not even feeling it. Like you're not even hitting the back of my throat. Like really? Like I don't know. Just the banter is endless. It's too much ammunition for me. It really is. See, I can't be a giraffe. You know how bad it is for single parent households to not have their child, not have the child know both of their bio sides. Oh yeah, and some of those babies' daddies want to raise their children. Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. And the mothers are like, no. I always hated that my sisters did that. My one sister blamed like 8 different guys for like being the father of her daughter, her oldest daughter. And I'm like, why do you do like the one person we all know is the father? Because she's his spitting image. He knows he's the father. He wants to be involved, and you won't let him. Oh no, I'm that's not the father. What do you mean it's not? Well, I would never admit to anybody that I was with him. Bitch, that's your problem. You're only thinking about you. He literally wants to be a dad to this little girl. And you won't even acknowledge that he's the father, but you're out here blaming all these other dudes. Like, do you know how that looks? Do you know what you're doing? She didn't give a fuck. To this day, she still will not acknowledge that that's the father. Why? Because he was a little ugly as a teenager? He grew up into a really good man. Your ass is dumb. She could have had it made. Her kids could have had it made. But no, she's a shallow, vapid, dumb little bitch. And so everybody's got to suffer for it. I hate people like that. This is why I don't talk to my sisters, because they're retarded. T-Rex, when you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras. Eh? Hey, Xander, are zebras horse police? They are the black and white. Shut up. You're all so stupid. Ellie, I've seen adoptee stories where the bio dad was never told that they were the father. Yeah. And wish they knew because they would have raised their children. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's heartbreaking. You're right. You're absolutely right. It's heartbreaking. Gutters Pub, the parent that said they never lie to their kids is the same parents that said, go to bed earlier, Santa won't bring you any presents. Yep, they're the ones that have the tooth fairy, the Easter bunny, Santa. It's like, my grandmother. Be careful. You got to be good because you see that light in the middle of the ceiling? God's watching you on this side and Santa's watching you on the other. She had me believing that all the statues and pictures in the house could see me and report right back to God. So I grew up in an Italian house. There was a picture of Jesus over every bed. There was a statue of the Virgin Mary or Saint Anne or Saint Anthony or Saint Francis or Saint Joseph, like all of them in every St. Christopher too, in every goddamn room, in the garden, by the pool, we had the little infant of Prague stuck on top of the vanity next to the sink in the bathroom. Like, why? But why? Why you got the infant of Prague in here, like spying on me when I'm in the bathtub? Like, stop it. But I tell you, it fucked me up when I was a teenager, and I'm experimenting with myself, whatever. And all of a sudden, I look up, there's Jesus looking down at me, and I'm like, could you just not watch? Just look away, like, just come on, like you're fucking me up here. I can't do it. It was terrible. Oh my god. It's terrible to like pleasure yourself and start off with God forgive me. Oh, that leads to craziness. That's probably why I'm a bit of a psycho. Rabbit, you came back just in time. Oh man, you literally came back for like the worst thing I've said the whole stream. Oh my god. You sent me a DM. Awesome, Aozander, except that I can't open Discord while I'm doing StreamYards because it takes away my mic. I don't know why. It's just a thing. It only happens to me. Oh my god. Oh, I guarantee he sent me some kind of giraffe thing. Oh. Lady Awesome said, finally nap time, I can sit a spell. Just as I talk about asking God to forgive me when I masturbate. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for joining us on this wonderful stream. Look, it's Friday. You knew it was going to get a little spicy. Like I said, I woke up paranoid and petty and apparently horny. So, like, whatever. I mean, that should be assumed every day. Rest well, Autumn. No, she ain't going to bed. It's nap time for the babies. Now she can sit there, have a cigarette, have a cup of coffee, like kick back and like really like jump in. Around December, St. Nicholas took over. No, Santa was always on one half. We had a ceiling fan with the dome light, right? It was in the middle of the parlor, and that's where I spent all my time. So rather than have to look in and see what I was doing, my grandmother said that God was watching me out of one half of the dome light, and Santa was watching me out of the other because they worked together, don't you know? And every single pair of eyes that were in a painting or a statue or whatever were ways that God was watching me, or they would report back to God. So I had to be on my best behavior all the time. And believe me, like I've I said this to Winning the other day. He said something that I was like, and then I don't know if he tripped or he coughed or whatever. And I said, see, God punished you. Because that's what my grandmother always said to me. Anytime something bad happens, you go, what'd you do? Because God's punishing you. What'd you do? What'd you do? See, God punished you. What did he punish me for? Whatever it is you did. I didn't do anything. Oh, you did something. God knows. Like, and of course I always did something wrong. But I mean, I was like, God's awful fucking judgy. I already had beef with Santa for being a fat, judgmental bastard. But it was like, God, can you just maybe, I don't know, look away once in a while? Just once in a while. They were like, oh, you'll always have the Archangel Michael with you because that's your name and he's your, he's your patron saint. He's your, he's your guardian angel. Okay. Do I feel a certain affinity with, the Archangel Michael? Yes. Do I get inspiration and strength from that? Yes. Do I want him follow me around watching everything I do? Fuck no. Because that poor angel, he's been through it in the world. I know he has the flaming sword and he can fight the devil, but I'm pretty sure some days he's sitting next to me going, bitch, what are you doing? What is wrong with you? I guarantee there were times in my life where he's sitting there going, no, she's not listening. No, like, oh, damn it, like screaming. And I'm just like, la, 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 gonna do it anyway. Like, I hear you, but I don't hear you. Rabbit said it's the Catholic way. It really is. It really is. That saying, when you hear hoofbeats. Hoofbeats? What the hell's a hoofbeat? When you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras. Assume the more simple, more likely answer before thinking outside the box. Ah, all right. Okay, I get it now. You'll see it later. Oh, yeah. Fun fact, Giraffes. We're getting to that time where I can't read anymore or speak. Fun fact, giraffes never get past second base because the necking is ceaseless. Yeah. Hi, honey. I hope you're feeling better. How's your baby? I hear hooves, I'm gonna think demons every time. I hear hooves, I'm like, did somebody time travel me back to like 1880? What the fuck? What's going on? Did I wake up in the Wild West? Are the four horsemen coming over for dinner? Like, what's going on? God gives me free will. Yes, God gives me free will. Me uses free will. Absolutely. I'm going to tell you something that we're going to get into next week. Next week is going to be more of a religious week because I want to talk about Adam and Eve. I want to talk about all the stories and the lore and different interpretations and about Lilith and all that. So, I mean, be ready because that's what I want to talk about next week because it's been building and I don't necessarily have things to show you. I want to just talk about it because I find it fascinating. But there is something I'll bring up in a minute. Just let me finish catch up in chat. Came to leave a like and say hi, but busy and feel like fucking crap. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. Thank you for coming by, though. This was a real spicy one, so you might. I don't know if you could listen to it like at work because I guarantee you will burst out laughing. But if you need a pick me up, definitely listen to this one. It was fucking funny. God said you aren't supposed to do that. Yeah, I know. Shelly spun on 2 times speed. Her laugh sounds like a chipmunk. I know. I've done it just to make myself laugh. Yeah, I sound like a chipmunk on crack. I know. Oh no. The kids are pouting because I won't take them to the city on my birthday to do activities they want to do. That sentence right there sums up parenting in a nutshell. It really does. Just like Mother's Day. You really want to give me a great Mother's Day? Okay. Don't make me a breakfast that I have to clean up. Don't wake me up at the crack of ass when you could let me sleep till noon and not bother me and maybe go and dust some shit. Don't buy me shit to clean the house. And don't expect me to make dinner for everybody else because you got to make a big dinner. It's Mother's Day. No. What? Just give me that day with nobody asking for a goddamn thing from me. That's the perfect Mother's Day for me. If it's going to be Mother's Day, it's a celebration of Mother. How about it's a reprieve for Mother? I never got that. And like all the fathers like, oh, Father's Day. Every day for you is Father's Day. Shut up. Like, what do? You don't parent these children. I'm the mother and the father. But I also didn't like my friends would be like, Happy Father's Day to me. I'm like, don't do that. That's not a role that I wanted to take on, and I don't do it justice. So don't do that. I don't like that I have to play both roles. I really don't. I know they think that they're like complimenting me, but it's not a compliment to me. It's actually like just another way of saying you fucked up. You fucked up, and this is what happened. Lady Awesome, that sounds right. Any reason to go to the city? Yep. Mm-hmm. Not worth the headache to me. It's my birthday. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. I used to love that. I'd be like, can I just have what I want to eat on my birthday? Can I go where I want to go? If I want to watch nothing but Star Wars all goddamn day long in my pajamas and eat popcorn and not answer my phone and not open the computer, can I just do that? Well, no, everybody wants to wish you a happy birthday. Okay, but I'm not going to have a happy birthday with other people because I'm not in a people person, like mood. I'm in a leave me the fuck alone mood. Oh, well, we'll get you out of that. No, I'll fake my way out of it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to feel it. Like, let me spend it the way I want. If I want to spend it with people, then I will. If I don't, let me. It's my fucking birthday. So I totally get you, Ellie. I totally get you. Flat-chested female. I got to take the dog. I'll be right back. All right. Roof, roof. That's right. Stick to it. It's your day, Ellie. That's right. Just send T to a spa. I hate spas. Nope. Mm-mm. I don't I don't like when other people massage me. I get very, very tense under a massage. It hurts. It actually hurts my body. There you go. I don't like it. I told them the best present they could give me is to be good today. I ask for that every year, and they're like, can you give me something easy? You're not evil children. How hard is it to just not drive me insane? Pick up your clothes off the floor. Throw out the garbage. Don't put dirty dishes in the sink. Actually wash them, or just, you know what, put them in the dishwasher. That's what it's there for. Like, just take care of yourself today. I'm not saying you have to take care of me. Take care of yourself and don't ask me for anything. No money, no favors. No, just forget my name for the day. Unless you're going to tell me you love me. That's it. That's it. No, Ma. I tell them every birthday I change my name. And I'm not telling you what the new one is. And I'm not answering anything but my name. I don't care. And she said, I barely tolerate pedicures. I kick. My feet are extremely ticklish. So every time I went for a pedicure, they would laugh because I'd sit there going, like, and my toes would curl. And I'd be like, stop. They'd be like, I have to do it. I don't care. It tickles so bad. I'm like, be rough with the feet. If you're gentle, it tickles. Stop it. And, whenever you get a manicure here, they come around behind you and they try to give you a massage. And I'm like, no. Like, instantly, my shoulders go up to my ears. And they're like, you don't like that? No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. I don't like massages. They hurt my muscles. And they make me feel like very like beat up. So, I mean, the way to like really get me to relax, and I'm going to tell you the secret to like cutting my puppet strings is you just lightly, like with one finger, go around my back in like circles and squares and whatever, like little zigs, but just very light and whatever, just in the middle of my back or along like my shoulder blades. And you'll literally see me just deflate. I just like, that's it. All the tension leaves my body. That is the only way I can relax. So, I mean, like my kids have always done that. When I was pregnant with Katie, my friend Spanky learned to do my back with a key because I felt it better through my clothes. He learned to do it in his sleep because he would do it for like an hour and then he'd stop and I'd be like, and he'd be, all right. Yeah, because he knew I was stressed out all the time. But he learned to sleep and continue doing it. So when he had kids, they're like, our dad's the best. He'll keep doing our like patting our back even in his sleep. I'm like, you're welcome. you are welcome. He's like, yep, bitch, you trained me well. But that's the only thing that works on me. If you're like, oh, I'm gonna play with your hair. No, don't play with my hair. I don't mind somebody touching my hair, but like after a while, it's like, all right, you're hitting, like you're making tangles and you're giving me a headache. Stop it. Like, I don't mind like that soft, like a little petting or whatever, but not like for more than like a minute or two. Like, I just don't like it. I don't like the hard massages, but if you're going to massage like my hand, oh my God, when the manicurist is across from you and they take your hand and they just like, they massage the palm of your hand and then like they just like draw the pressure out from like your knuckle to the tip of your finger, and it's like all lotioned up or whatever. Oh my God, that feels so good. It feels so good. And they're like, wow, you work a lot with your hands, don't you? I'm like, oh my God. They're like, yeah, all right, let's just do this. I'm like, oh, you're so good. Thank you so much. And they'll put like extra time in because it really does like, it's almost like a decompression switch for me. Like they do that because I do have a lot of tension in my hands because I mean, now my hands hurt. Like I have like the arthritis or whatever in them because of stupid bullshit that I have. But before it was just I was always writing and I was always like, you know, painting and building stuff and whatever. So yeah, my hands were tired. And if I was home, I was always typing and whatever. And it just felt really, really good. And they were just like, oh, wow, she really likes this. I was like, I really like that. Like, it's so good. The only other thing is when I go to get a haircut, as soon as they tip you back and wet your hair and they start like massaging, all I say is nails, please. And they're like my friend Rachel, she cuts hair. And she's like, you want nails or not nails? I'm like, yeah, nails. Oh, good God. She's like, all right, I'll condition your hair twice. And she's just like, she'll really like scratch. And I'm just like, oh my God, it feels so good. It feels so good. That I like. But just playing with my hair or whatever, no. My mother used to have me like brush her hair for hours. She'd be like, okay, just keep brushing my hair. Because any headache she had, as long as I brushed her hair, the headache would go away. But I don't like when my kids do it. Like Katie used to like dig the bristles into my head and I'm just like, all right, that's enough of that bullshit. We tried, it failed, whatever. Oh no, any feet touch from it. I kick and giggle. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I don't do spuzzy. I just don't touch. I don't like to be touched by strangers. I just don't. I don't like any kind of pressure. It's like, no. But yeah, you know, sometimes, you know, bitch likes to get a little choky, but not with strangers. It depends on where you're putting the pressure. Oh no, it watches all the dudes in chat take massage notes. Listen, as long as I feel like as long as you're aware of your partner's reactions, you'll learn. A lot of people don't watch for what their actions are doing. You know, observe, pay attention to, are they tensing up? Are they loosening up? Are they like, you know, are they falling asleep? Because that's really the objective. Guys tend to do massages not to get you to fall asleep, but to get you like, that's like, you know, foreplay for them. They're like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna rub it. That's not my back. That's a whole different part of me entirely. Well, all I asked you to do was make like infinity symbols all over my back. That's all I said. I did not ask you, do not go below my waist. And that's one thing. Don't go below my waist when you're doing that, because that's worse than pulling my hair. Like, if you're like, if I'm all relaxed and you're la 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 and you dip below my waist and you do like a little like soft oh, we going. That's my whole body tenses up, but for a different fucking reason. I'm like, no, I'm awake. Let's go. You ready? You ready? I'm ready. I don't care if I have a migraine, impacted freaking molar, if my back is broken. I don't care. We will find a way. Let's go. But yeah, my poor husband, he did that, and I went from to he was like, oh my God, you were sound asleep. I was like, nah, you touched the happy place. Like, nuh-uh. He was like, it's your back. It doesn't matter. That's a huge erogenous zone for me where you just touched. I told you, don't touch me there unless you're ready to go. And he was like, I thought you were kidding. I don't joke around about that shit. Like, no. Mm-mm. So either you're ready to go or just get the hell out so I can like do it myself, because now I'm ready. Like, this is not a warming up. I go from 0 to 200 miles an hour like that. Okay, it's 9:16 a.m. I haven't even showered yet. I gotta do it, but I'm listening. That's right, baby. Take us into the shower with you. It's okay. You know you wanna. You know you wanna. Wait, where's oh, gotta go run errands. Bye, Rabbit. Enjoy your day. I will see you in other chats, I'm sure. Just take care of yourself. I hope you're resting. Don't run too many errands. At least said dudes be taking notes up in here. Ayo said it sounds like a Jersey thing. What? Getting horny? Because yeah, we're a horny bunch in Jersey. I'll give you that. It's all the Catholicism. We're all Italian. We're all Catholic. It's just, you know. And if we're not Italian, we're Irish. We're Puerto Rican. So basically, it's just horny across the board. I'll let you know when I'm washing the bits. Ooh, dirty girl. But yeah, well, you think of all of us. Don't just think of one. Don't be like, you know, don't be an exclusionist. Be inclusive. Include us all. Do we all fit in the shower with you? That's hilarious. Oh my God. New Jersey is just one giant fuck pile. I mean, really. What else is there to do? Bowl? I mean, I did that. I was on the bowling team in high school. I was. It was fun. Oh, God. All right. So, so what I wanted to ask you guys, I mentioned the recipes for a reason. So if you're in like Discord or whatever, you know I have a recipe section. I would love some really well thought out, don't just pull it off the internet. I need something that you guys know is delicious because you've made it. So I would love like a recipe for biscuits and gravy, like Southern biscuits with gravy. Like that sausage gravy. Oh, so good. How to make real grits and chicken fried steak. Because I don't want to just make something that I found off the internet. I want something I know is like authentic and really delicious. And I always wanted to try chicken fried steak. I've never had it. And I really want to make that. And I think my son would like go gaga over that. So if anybody has those recipes, please share. And if you don't, at least point me in the direction of somebody who does. Yeah, I'm a little afraid to start talking about the food again because I'm so hungry right now. So hungry. Like I was telling about like all these desserts that I made and whatever. He was all nice and quiet until I hit one that he liked. He was like, I like that one. I was like, oh geez. I was like, okay. I was like, mental note. Yeah. And see, that's what I do. My grandmother, I do this with everybody. It's the weirdest thing. Like, if you matter to me, I have a running tally of your favorite things, your dislikes, your allergies, all in my head. And that shit doesn't go anywhere. Like, Connor's father showed up one day and he sat down and I handed him, and he was like, I didn't say I wanted a drink. I said, first of all, you're always thirsty. Maybe I don't want it. I was like, why don't you taste it? And he was like, oh, it's iced tea. I was like, yeah. Is this the iced tea that I like? I was like, yeah. You had that just ready? I was like, no, I just made it for you. He was, you remember that because he hadn't been here in like 10 years. And I was like, yeah. Like, I hadn't fed him or given him anything in like 10 years. Well, I mean, I gave him something, but it wasn't food. And he was like, wow. Like, I can't believe you remember that. And he was like, you know, you want to order anything? I was like, I cooked. And he was like, what'd you cook? I was like, I made empanadas. You made empanadas? I was like, yeah. I love your empanadas. I know. Which kind did you make? I said I made the beef empanadas with the cheese and with the egg, with the hard-boiled egg in it. I said, and I made the buffalo chicken ones. And he was like, oh my God, those are my favorite. I was like, I know. He's like, the only thing that would have been better. I said, yeah, I didn't have the money to splurge on like big ziti stuff. He was like, oh my God, you remember that's my favorite? Yes, I remember that's your favorite. You don't remember what my favorite? I made you chocolate chip cookies. Did you really? Yes, with walnuts. Oh my God. He was like, how do you remember this shit? Because I know what you like. I know my ex-boyfriend Billy's favorite thing in the world is peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I also know that he only likes creamy peanut butter, and he only likes the peanut butter to be put very thinly on both, both pieces of bread, and that it can't be preserved. It has to be like welfare grape jelly. Like, that's what he likes. I know exactly. I haven't made him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich since 1996. Okay, but I remember how he likes it. That's what I do. Because if you matter, I find out what you love, what you don't like. If you don't like onions, or you don't like raw onions, but you like cooked onions. If you are more geared toward coffee, how you take your coffee, how you take your tea. If you like tea, if you like lemonade over iced tea, if you only like sweet tea, if you like your tea to be extra, lemony or whatever. I remember, and I keep it all like it's all, categorized in my head. Like, that's just how I am. And I thought everybody was like that. I didn't know until I was like well grown up that not everybody likes that. Like, that they're not like that. I mean, like, they don't have that running list in their head of what people like, how to like individually serve somebody. That, I think, is the ultimate in people pleasing. But I think it's the only part of people pleasing that I really enjoy, because I know how to make people happy just by catering to, what they really love. And they get such a like, oh my God, I can't believe you remembered. Well, you mattered to me at some point. Maybe you don't matter now, but I mean, the information's still there. But yeah, at some point you were so important to me that I learned your preferences. I learned your habits. I learned you. Ayo said, dang, I'm older than T-Rex. Yeah, well, let me go back. I bring more than one cookie when I share it. Aw, there you go. I'm sure you do, girl. Sure you do. Ayo, what else is there to do in Jersey? I don't know. Move to a better state. Well, that's the plan. That is the plan. And I keep fighting with my mother. She wants to go to South Carolina. I don't want to move to South Carolina. There's only two places that I find acceptable to live. It's either going to be Georgia or Tennessee for me. I don't want to move to Florida because I don't want to be anywhere near Tommy. I don't want to be anywhere near Miguel. All the fucktards in my life moved to Florida. I don't want to live there. Mm-mm. Like, if I could put more distance between my daughter's father and me, I would. But apparently that's not going to happen. But yeah, no, I would rather move to Georgia or Tennessee. I've been to both places multiple times and I loved it. I loved the feel. I loved the people. I loved the personality. I didn't get that feeling from South Carolina. And South Carolina is really fucking expensive. Like, really expensive. I don't want to live there. I want to live someplace where I'm going to have money left over so that I can live the rest of my life without worrying. I spent the first 50 years paycheck to paycheck, literally stretching dollars till they cried. So I would like to be in a place where I can have my house and I can, not worry about the amount, my property taxes, because I'm not T-Rex. I have to pay property tax. Like, it's not going to kill me. Where my kids have a place to, live, even if it's just another house on my property. I don't care. I'll happily throw them in a, like double wide in the back of the property. That's fine. There are nice fucking double wides out there. But I don't want to struggle. And I want to be able to go on my adventures. I want to be able to take road trips. I want to go see things. I want to have, the animals I want to have. That's what I want. And I don't want to live in a state where Nikki Haley was the governor. Like, I just don't. Like, I just don't. Or DeSantis. So that kind of rules those two out. I don't know, South Carolina to me, like where he wants to move, it's kind of frou-frou. Why would I spend double for half of what I'd get in the state that I actually want to move to? So it's like, all right, if she wants to move there, then she's going to be moving on her own because I don't want to live there. So she needs to smarten up. That's why I told her, like, bitch, you're 81. You lived your life. You got rid of me early on so you could do whatever the fuck you want. Well, now guess what? It's time to pay the piper. You did the dance, pay the devil now. Consider me. Oh, jeez.
I guess that makes me the devil.
I guess that makes me the devil. I love that one.
That makes me the devil.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, it's so much fun. But yeah, no, like I don't want to live in South Carolina. I just don't. Oh my goodness. I never make it. I don't make fried food and rarely eat fried food. Cracker Barrel has good chicken fried steak. Yeah, I don't get out. I'm stuck in this house. So I mean, if somebody's gonna make it, I gotta be the one to do it. I could give the recipe to my son. He'll try to make it. He's been getting really good at cooking lately. But like I'm teaching him one thing at a time. I'll put my chicken fried steak recipe in Discord, but give me time to figure out amounts. No problem. No problem at all. Like I said, if you tell me a pinch, I know what that is. If you tell me a dollop, I know what that is. You don't have to do tablespoons or whatever. We're good, Rabbit. You don't have to like, it's fine. Like I understand the old way of like doing things. That's how I learned how to cook. That's why when my son's like, oh, I need the measuring spoon. I'm like, for what? I need to put in a half a teaspoon. You don't know how big a half a teaspoon is? No, how would I know that? It's the size of your thumbnail. What do you mean? Is that like this is no, it's not. All right, give me the fucking thing, and I'll like scoop it, like I'll pour it into the measuring cup, and he's like, into the measuring spoon, and he's like, how do you know? Because I've been cooking a long time. I know what things like what amounts look like. So like grandma never said, I know the difference between a dollop, a dash, a pinch, a sprinkle, like all that. And they're like, I don't know what the difference is. I know what the difference is. T-Rex said sausage gravies, brown sausage in a pot, remove the sausage. No, I don't want it here. Put it in Discord for everybody to enjoy. Keep grease in the pad, add butter and flour until you created a roux, add whole milk, heat until it thickens, then add back in sausage covered biscuits. And okay, but I need the recipe for good biscuits. I don't know, do you use like the self-rising flour? I don't know. I don't know if you put egg in it. I don't know if it's just flour and water, salt. I don't know. Like I know how to make my biscuits. I don't know how to make like genuine Southern biscuits. And I want to learn. I love those Chinese pork buns. It's the white rice bun that's on the outside with the pork mixture inside. And I only used to be able to get those in New York. Now they sell them in like Chinese food restaurants. There's a Chinese food restaurant in Hoboken dedicated just to that. I won't buy them because they're expensive as fuck. But I learned how to make them. I learned how to make oyster sauce and all that kind of stuff. So because I want to do it, and those are steamed. Some of them they're baked, but I like the steamed version. So I had to learn how to steam stuff like that. I had to learn, first of all, I had to find the recipe for this weird wet rice Chinese dessert cake that my mother loves. And I didn't know the name of it. I hadn't seen it since I was like 7. But I knew that she fucking went gaga over this shit. And I went through every single definition or description, I guess, to find this goddamn recipe. And it took me literally 4 times before I got it right. But I made it and she was just blown away. But she don't do that kind of shit for me. I did that specifically to make her happy. And Nope, she don't do that for me. But I really enjoy making new things. I love learning how to cook different cultured foods. Like I told Winnie, I said my ex was like, "Oh, I really want apple turnovers," and I was like, "I'm not fancy. I don't know how to make apple turnovers." And his retort was, "What are you, too stupid to learn?" Motherfucker, I make the best apple turnovers with amazing, like handmade royal icing, everything. Like, all right, like he pushed me, like he really like that pride. I'm so easily manipulated. It's ridiculous. But yeah, it was a thing. But now I make the best apple turnovers from scratch. The pastry, everything, like the whole thing, the whole kit and caboodle. And he was just like, "Oh my God, these are delicious." I was like, mm-hmm. He was like, "I can't believe you learned how to make them." I was like, "Yeah, they're not easy. That dough, not easy. That is not normal dough. That is like a very flaky, multi-layered dough. It's a pain in the ass to make. I don't like it, but I know how to make it. I can make it in my sleep now." In 1996, I was 9 years old. What's your point, Ao? What's your point? Okay? What's your point? Ao Xander and Ellie said shush. No. In 1996, I was an adult. In 1996, I was a mother. I already had a 1-year-old in 1996. So it's like, T-Rex in 1996, I was either in my mom's stomach or 0 years old. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know. 1996, Connor was not even a twinkle in his father's eye yet. Matter of fact, in 1996, his father was, let me not go there. I think he was, 18? Well, he was legal. I'll give him that. He was legal in 1996. I was 21. Going on 22. He said, "Dang, I'm older than Rex." I mean, we're all older than Rex. Let's face it. He's the baby. He's younger than my daughter. Okay? A year younger, but still younger than my daughter. And the funny part is, like, I'll talk to him about adult stuff, but I still treat my daughter like she's like 16. Because mentally, I mean, she is. But, and yet some days I see him as just another one of my kids. And I treat him that way. I'm like, don't you talk to me like that. I do. I mother him a lot. I smother him is what I do. The Loon and I have our eyes on the eastern knife section. Wait. Ao said, "The Loon and I have our eyes on the eastern knife section of Tennessee, among other locations. Tennessee has no state income tax." Ellie, you're so funny. Lady, everyone is moving here. Why not? Y'all come on down to Tennessee. I loved Tennessee when I was there. I told you, we went to Pigeon Forge when we went to Dollywood, and we stayed there for quite a few days. And I just thought the people were unbelievably nice. Like they had so many stories. Daddy thought it was hilarious because I'd be like, "Can we go to diner? Can we go to a restaurant? Can we go to a restaurant?" Because there was a restaurant right at the base of the hill where our hotel was, where our motel was. And it was this little dive place, but the food was good and the lady was so sweet. Like the first time we went, she was like, "What do you want, darling?" And my father was like, she'll have a bacon cheeseburger deluxe. And she was like, she looked and she goes, "Is that what you want?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "That's all I eat." Because it was all, I would not branch out. And she was like, "All right, how you want that?" And I was like, and he goes, "If you could like make it still moo on its way over, that'd be great." She goes, "Oh, you're going to love it here." She was like, "I know just what you want." And I was like, the bloodier, the better. She was like, oh, she was like, all right, darling. And she like, gave me like that little like head, like rub, like she ruffled my hair. And I was just like, I love it here. I love it here. Cause she was so like, she came over and she was like, where y'all from? And she's talking and she was like, yeah, she's really nice. And she was like, y'all are really nice. It's nice to see some Northerners that are, they have manners and that. And then like the next day we went to like a grocery store to get like snacks and stuff for the hotel room. And I held the door open for this little old couple. And I'm just like, my mother went in, daddy went in, and I was last. So I held the door and I was like, go ahead. And they said, oh, thank you. I said, you're welcome. And they both stopped and just looked at me like I was like, oh my God, there's a unicorn in the middle of the, like road or whatever. And I was like, hi. Because I was, 13. And they were like, where are you from? And I was like, New Jersey. They were like, oh my God, you're so sweet. I was like, thank you. Oh my God, I never met somebody from New York who was nice. I was like, oh, it's like, I'm sorry. And they were like, oh no. And like the lady reached out, she patted my cheek and everything. I was like, you have a good day. She was like, oh. She was like, you're just making me so happy. I was like, good God. Like, what do they think of us? And I went in and daddy was like, he goes, what was she talking to you about? I said, she kept going on about how good, my manners were. And he was like, aw. He was like, yeah, they're not used to it. They're used to, people being like your uncle. I was like, like that made it like click. And I was like, yeah, I'm not like that. He was like, and you better never be. Like, he was the one who taught me, I don't care if you have the worst server in the world, that woman is, or that man is going through a lot. Do not mess with them. And you always leave a tip. And I was like, all right. But I mean, he taught me how to like stack up the dishes when you're done with them or whatever. You don't just leave a mess behind. You try to consolidate it and make it as easy for them as possible, and you tip appropriately. Like, you say, hi, how are you? I've always done that. And I judge other people by how they treat wait staff. That will make or break a relationship for me. If you're an asshole to a waitress, we're done. Because if you could treat her that way, then you have no compassion. That bitch is on her feet for hours dealing with all sorts of assholes for shit money, getting her fingers burnt on hot friggin' like plates and everything else, running rig and making sure your lazy ass is sitting there with a, hot cup of coffee the whole time, catering to your needs, and then you have the nerve to be a dick about it? No, absolutely not. I had one waitress that she got my order wrong like 3 times. And the person I was with was like, that's not what I was like, this is fine. Just don't worry about it. And she was like, I'm so sorry. I said, girl, well, yeah. I was like, I see you're on your own. And I it's fine. It's like, this is fine. Just make sure that this is what I'm paying for. This is what I'll eat. It's fine. Like, I don't have a problem with it. And she was like, I was like, just don't even worry about it. Ignore this motherfucker. And what'd you say? You heard me. And that was it. That was like the beginning of a fight for us. And that was the end of that date. But I was like, just don't even worry about it. Because I feel bad. They do work really, really hard. And they get shit on the entire time. And then people have there to like leave them like a couple pennies or whatever. Or like they'll put like the coins or something like in the drinking glass, or they'll cover them in ketchup or whatever. I've seen all sorts of shit. And it's just, I get so mad. Because manners are free. It don't cost nothing to be nice to somebody. It really don't. Like, I'm nasty to you if you earn it. But I'm not coming at you nasty from the very get-go. Like, that's not who I am. That's not who I want to be. That's not who I want to, model for my kids. And what is the one thing I taught both my kids growing up? I don't care what happens. Be kind. I only live in states now with no state income taxes. I said, holy fuck, tomorrow's the 13th. Yeah. What does that mean? It's not Friday the 13th. I wish it was. That's my lucky day. I only found my requirements for where I live. No state income taxes, excellent homeschool laws. Yeah, that would be it for me. Luckily, he's of the age where I don't have to worry about that anymore. But I mean, I like the people. Ooh, gonna send T another pic. Uh-oh. Now I'm craving biscuits and gravy. You're welcome. I'm pretty sure that when Winning like hung up with me, he was just like, damn, I'm hungry. Because all I did was talk about food for like 2 hours. He probably went to bed thinking this bitch better cook something and mail it to me or something. We gotta figure out something. I need those empanadas. I need something. I need a recipe to make anything. And the other day I was on the phone with my little sister, so I didn't freak out. I started baking, made the best banana bread. Oh yeah. I love making banana bread. I think we all that was a huge thing during the lockdown. Everybody was making banana bread. And they were like, did you make it? I was like, I've been making banana bread since I'm little. Because what else do you do with the bananas when they go brown? I mean, that we used to put them in the freezer. As soon as they went brown, put them in the freezer for a while. And then when you're ready, take them all out and make banana bread. I make banana nut bread. It's so good. My son gets me to make banana pound cake. Oh my God, it's so funny. I saw it on the online thing when I was ordering groceries a couple weeks ago. They had a sale on Betty Crocker, or was it Duncan Hines? I don't know. But it was Dolly Parton cake mix for banana cake. And I was like, we're trying it. And he was like, why is Dolly Parton on that box? I was like, I don't know, but it's awesome. I've seen Barbie on that kind of stuff, but Dolly Parton, I've never seen her on that. So I was like, we got to try it. So we're going to make that soon. He's going to make that for me. Also a tidbit of good news from me. My brother and I are talking again. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Good for you. Good for you guys. Without a recipe, I'm pretty sure I couldn't do it again. That happens though with baking. Like you do something and you're like, now what did I do to make it that way? I make biscuits. They're biscotti. And when I first started making them, it was all recipe. I had to do the recipe exact to the T every time or it wouldn't come out. And then I started experimenting with the recipes and I'm like, oh, I'll put like cranberries in this one with some almond extract, or I'll put like rum in this one with a little bit of whiskey here. And I made boozy biscuits and all that kind of stuff. So I basically can do like any, and I do mean any flavor, like biscotti, or as we say, biscuit. And then I learned to make them and dip them in melted chocolate, especially melted dark chocolate. And these are not cookies that you eat without coffee or tea. Like these are dunking cookies. You can have them with milk, but they're so good in coffee or tea or like any kind of hot drink. So when you dunk the end with the chocolate flavors whatever the fuck you're drinking. And it's just so good. But there's so much work. And if I followed the recipe, I made such a mess. So I just learned to like bastardize the recipe and make it so it was easier for me to make and I didn't have it like everywhere. So it was just like, they might be like a little flatter than normal things because they spread when they heat up. But I was like, you know what? It doesn't matter because I just cut them real thin and then I dunked them each and then I put them in the fridge to have the chocolate harden and oh, they're so good. I made those for Christmas once. And I made I think 8 or 9 of the biscotti loaves. And then I cut, I sliced each and every one of them. So I wound up with enough biscuit to give 3 to 4 cookies in each treat bag. And I mean, they're big. They're I don't know, maybe 6 inches long and 3 inches wide and 2 inches thick. So these are big cookies. So one will do you. You're going to eat more than one, but one will satisfy you. You just overindulge because they're really good. And they're very flavorful, but they're rock hard. So you have to dunk them because that's what you do. You can make a sponge, or you can make a toast. I make the toast cookie. So it's supposed to be like really, really hard. You could break a tooth on that bitch, but that's why you dunk them. But they're so good. They're so, so good. My cousin called me up and he was like, I was like, do you know how much work that is? You know how expensive that is? I mean, it's a lot of like nuts and everything else. But I did. I made them for him. Because I'm stupid like that. My dad has the best buttermilk biscuit recipe. I'll have him send it to me, then I'll send it to you. Yay! I love buttermilk biscuits. Did you know that you can, if you don't have buttermilk and a recipe calls for buttermilk, you just have to take a little bit of regular milk and put some lemon juice in it. And then you whisk it. You let it sit for like a half an hour to an hour and you have buttermilk. Or the equivalent of buttermilk. Ayo said I was born in Tennessee. Nice. I lived in West Tennessee, hated it. West Tennessee is what? Like Gatlinburg and Memphis and like that. And then like Nashville is the East Coast, I believe. And then there's like the middle. Yeah, bless. Tennessee is like the bad neighborhood. West Tennessee is like the bad neighborhood of Tennessee. It's the other side of the tracks. I lived in Jackson, Wisconsin. We got married in a fever, hotter than a pepper sprout. We've been talking about Jackson. Yep, I love that song. Ever since the fire went out, I'm going to Jackson. I'm going to mess around. Yeah, I'm going to Jackson. Look out, Jackson Town. Oh, I love that song. Especially June Card Cash's, like, her parts. Oh, my goodness. But I couldn't do that. You'd laugh at my accent if I did that. I love how nobody knew what a Japan fan was, and it was just a Japanese. And they're like on a pony keg. You don't know what that is? Like, what the fuck? But I remember watching an awards ceremony, and Luann Rhymes was like, I don't know what a Japan fan is. I was like, J-Pan. Like, that's how she pronounced Japan. Because the fan says J-Pan. Like, hello. How do you not know that? Jackson isn't bad. It's out there, but nothing like Memphis. Mm-hmm. So I heard. Hell, even Elvis was like, Memphis is like the poor of the poor of the poor. Like, it's like being in Tupelo, Mississippi. Tupelo, Mississippi. Like that kind of poor. Oh, winning. What's up? I know I'm 10 minutes behind. Whatever. Memphis sucks. I know some good people from Jackson, Tennessee. Yeah, every place got some good people, but you want the majority. Because my luck, I ain't moving in next to the good people. I'm moving in next to the people who are going to drive me insane. Winning said, hey, T-Rex, be nice to the wait. Yeah, T-Rex, be nice to the waitress. He better. Flirt with her. She needs a little pick-me-up. Don't expect nothing in return, but you tell a waitress that, oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. You really made my day. You will make her day. And then tip that woman. Maybe she'll let you give her more tip. I wouldn't live there, but it's for some. When hubby and I got married, he already lived in Tennessee, and I joined them. Aw, see? Yes, I've tried that. Nice. Come on back home, she said. Yeah, there you go, Alexander. Lady Awesome said, come on back home. Home's where they got to take you. OMG, I want cake, but I don't want to drive 2 hours for good cake. You don't need to. Just whip up a cake. You don't have to make a whole cake. Girl, make some cupcakes. Like, just make enough for, like, you and, like, a couple people. Do you have Uber? Like, order yourself a cake from the supermarket or something and just stick a candle in it and be like, oh, okay, happy birthday to me. By the way, it's Ellie's birthday. Wish her a happy birthday. Rabbit, I put the recipe in Discord. If you need clarification, just DM me. Thank you, Rabbit. Oh, yeah, Dolly has a line of cake mixes. She sure does. And frosting. It's hilarious. I got the banana and the coconut, but we haven't made them yet. So I'm hoping that he will soon. LOL, you saw the pic I sent. I take it. Uh-oh. Waiting on the car to warm up. Oh, all right. Be careful. Has it started snowing out there by you yet? Or did it already? Did you get slammed in the other storm? Because I'm really hoping it. I'm really, really hoping that it snows here and doesn't rain. Because if it rains the way they say it's supposed to snow, we're screwed. We are screwed. It'll take 2 weeks for us to get out from underneath all that water. The snow, at least I could work it around. Biscotti, twice baked. Yep. Absolutely. You bake it once, you cut it up, and then you lay it out and you bake it again. Mm-hmm. You prefer Italian wedding cookies? Oh, like the spritz cookies, the sprinkle cookies? Mm. Yeah, I can make those. I make the Linzer tarts. Pretty much any kind of cookie I can make. Milk and vinegar or lemon juice. Yep. Did you know if you don't have brown sugar, you can make it with sugar and molasses? Now, if I don't have brown sugar, what's the likelihood I'm going to have molasses? I only have molasses when, like, around the holidays, if I'm making, like, like the mincemeat cookies or like the mincemeat pies or fruitcake. That's about the only time. Molasses gets everywhere. Good God. Alexander, oatmeal cooks quick in the microwave. Yes, it does. My daughter has burnt the shit out of oatmeal in the microwave. Man, I'm hungry, but there's nothing fast left in the house to microwave. She has literally turned it into like just this huge like cement. There's burnt cement in the bottom of a bowl. I don't know how she does it. She gets it to boil over and like stick to every single inch of the microwave. And then she's like, oh, can you clean the microwave? I open up. I'm like, oh, hell no. You better come back here with a chisel. I'm not putting my elbow grease into this bitch. Mm-mm. Nashville is kind of in the middle of Knoxville, in the middle of Tennessee. Yeah. Is it really like in the middle? Knoxville is all right. I'm trying to picture it in my head. That requires mixing. What am I, a chemist? Yes. Anybody who's ever cooked anything, yes, you're a chemist. You're a scientist. You really are. West Tennessee is Middle Tennessee, Nashville. Oh, West Tennessee is Memphis. Middle Tennessee is Nashville, and East Tennessee is Chattanooga and Knoxville. Oh, the Chattanooga choo-choo. On track 29, but don't you give me a shine. Everything sparks a song in me. I don't know. Elvis is one of my cousins, like a first cousin, 4 times removed or something like that. That I know you said that the other day. That's so exciting to me. It really is. That's like, oh my God. And yes, everybody wish Ellie a happy birthday. I already sang to her. I already gave her the sultry version. I'm sure she didn't like. She's like, this bitch. Uber, girl, I live in the sticks. We don't have that here. I know. It was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. Listen, worst comes to worst. Go to like the closest gas station, get yourself a damn cupcake and stick a candle in the middle. I've done that. I've had one of those sad little fruit pies for my birthday. Hell, my 19th birthday, my whole family forgot. They completely forgot my birthday. And like it took like a while. My mother was like, oh, I forgot your birthday. I'm like, yeah, you did. I'm so sorry. I was like, not yet, you're not. But you're gonna be. You're good. I felt very much like later I was like Palpatine. I was like, you will be. You will be. Like very Yoda and Palpatine together. I tried to DM you a question, but you have it locked at Ellie. May I give you a shout out in TDH today if we do the birth section? Aw. TDH, she goes, oh, I feel dumb now. Never mind, I realize this. He said it's a show I do. Try not to pimp my own stuff on someone else's show. Why not? You know that's allowed here. You could throw up your link, throw out the times for your show. I have no problem with people promoting their own stuff at all. I encourage it. Throw your link up there. It's fine. Please do it, because if you're not doing it just to be nice, you're stupid. No, pimp yourself out all you want. You can chill all you want. I won't mention a year even if I knew it. Oh, nice. She said, I'm not sure how to answer that. I know how you females are with that. I'm 49. I will be 50 on March 31st. Oh, well. There you go. I don't care how old I am, because that's a state of mind anyway. I lived a lot of life. I enjoyed my life, and I'm still enjoying my life, and there's plenty of life coming that I'm going to enjoy even more. Age doesn't bother most of us. Why the hell would anyone cook oatmeal in the microwave? You boil water and stir. Winnie doesn't like microwaves. He just doesn't. So you're not going to get any sympathy from that direction, just so you know. Elephant gas station. Girl, that's like 15 miles away. It's still closer than the friggin' city. Ayo said I'm lazy. It's called instant oatmeal. I mean, we have the big canister of the quick oats in the kitchen, but Katie does it in the microwave because I can't trust her with the damn stove. The last time she used the stove, I spent like 3 weeks wrapping her hand because she freaking burnt it on the goddamn burner. Okay, I guess I cannot run from my aging. You cannot run from your age increasing, but you're not aging. You're as young as you feel. And you're as young as you want to be. You're anything you want to be. Hell, if these people could do their whole identity shit, you can identify as a 21-year-old. Fuck that. I don't give a crap. That makes a lot more sense to me than the other crap they identify as. Oh, today I'm a... What is that thing that they all love to like worship on? Oh, what is that thing with the unicorn horn? And what is it, a nargle or what? I forget what the hell it's called. What is that? It's so weird. I just love imaginary animals to go with my imaginary identity. All right, you can try, but that walker will just get in the way. Ooh. See, now, I hope she's got a cane and beats you with it. Lady said, sub to AO Xander, and she put your thing up. I mean, she put your link up, not your thing up, because that's something else. And she loves her husband, so no. I eat instant oatmeal almost every day. You boil water and stir it in. Microwaves destroy food. Cook natural. That's my win. Different people are raised differently. My ex thought a grilled cheese was 2 pieces of bread, cheese, and you microwave. Inya, that hurts my heart. Lord, like, oh no, grilled cheese is special to me. But I'll tell you, the best grilled cheese that I make is in the air fryer. Oh my God, it comes perfect every time. And there's no, me forgetting about it being on the stove, which I can do when I get sidetracked, and I'm easily sidetracked. I never lied about my age, but I know some females do. Oh yeah, some of them do. I love it when they do that. When I'm like, how, you've been that for like a decade that I've known you. You've been the same age. Bitch, I'm younger than you, and right now you're saying I'm older than you. Like, there's a problem. I have a problem with bullshit. About blew his mind when I made a real grilled cheese. He thought I was. That's funny. Lady Awesome said, I am sub number 164 on A.O. Xander's channel. How about you? He also has the Omni Network. So I don't know, A.O., if you want to like send a link for that. Autumn, you're awesome beyond measure. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And you said I'm 165. Why not? Why not? Are you a vampire? Are you a vampire? That would explain a lot. I mean, let's be real. That would explain a lot about most of us. I'm not a vampire. I was married to a vampire because apparently my blood made him feel young. It's like, okay, can you maybe not extract it while I'm asleep? Or I don't know, ever? Can we skip that? Now sub to AO. There you go. I was sitting at 699. I'm afraid to look because I don't want YouTube to like take them away. I'm like right there about to click over into 700. And I just know that YouTube is going to be an asshole and like take one away. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I was actually disappointed when I woke up and saw that I was at 699. I was like, oh, because I know they're going to fuck with it. They're not going to let me enjoy it at all. When we celebrate my mom's birthday, it's actually a celebration of that one time she turned 32. I like to tell people, I'm like, you're just celebrating the anniversary of your 21st birthday. It's fine. It's fine. In a month, I'm going to be the answer to life. I'm going to be the answer to life, the universe, and everything. So you're going to have a birthday in a month? That's cool. Thank you, Lady Awesome. You're so awesome. That's why I call you that. Wait, so, all right. So are you a Pisces? Are you a Pisces or are you a whatchamacallit? Oh my God, what's the not Capricorn, Aquarius. Are you an Aquarius? I've known a lot of Aquariuses. I do get along with them, but Pisces tend to be drawn toward me. I don't know why. I really don't. It makes no sense. Sagittarius and Pisces tend to like, I don't know, like they're like suction cupped onto my life and I can't shake them no matter what. And yet, for some reason, I turned a corner and I found all these damn Scorpios just laying about. All these Scorpios driving me crazy. That's all right, because I found out that many Scorpios don't get along with Aries, and I'm like everything Aries. You look up like quintessential Aries, and every single thing is me. Yep. And then when you think about the year I was born in the year of the tiger. And if you read that, you're like, damn. Like some of these are like, it's not even up for interpretation. It's literally like reading my bio. Lady, I'm sub number 64 on Omni Coalition. How about you? Ellie said, I'm a Capricorn. Makes sense. How stubborn. Yes, that's me. Yeah. You're stubborn like my daddy was. So yeah, I get it. But heart of gold is just, you like to keep it hidden. You don't like anybody to see the squishy bits. But yeah, you're all not hard-headed, but when you believe something, there's no deviating you from it. And you will talk that shit into the ground until you win your argument or you'll walk away mad. Hey, I subbed to Omni before and now I was unsubbed again. Yeah, it happens all the time. YouTube unsubs me from so many people because I'm like, oh, wow, like, oh, you're doing a show? Why did You're doing a show like right now. I didn't get any notification. And I'll go and I'm like, why am I not subbed to you? I know I subbed to you. YouTube is asshole. Yep, they is asshole. But we have reached that time. We are, oh God, I went 5 hours. I was like, oh, it'll be a short Friday stream. Yeah, I don't know. Those are like my famous last words. That's going to be on my tombstone. There's going to be, Shelly, do me a favor. And I'm just going to go live for 2 hours. I'm just doing a short stream today. They said, you guys are awesome beyond measure. And, you can post in the Discord too. Like, I mean, you can continue to push people to sub to you. Just put your link up in there. Put your YouTube link up. And keep warm today. It's a cold one. Yes, everybody, please, whether you have rainy weather coming your way or blizzards coming your way, tornadoes, please be careful. Y'all mean the world to me. And I would not want anything to happen to any of you or yours. So take care of each other. Take care of yourselves. Have a really good weekend. Winning will be doing his show, Winning Saturday night, tomorrow night. Come join us for that. I will be in chat as usual. Please show up so I don't have to talk all by myself because he talks to me enough. And then you look at the chat and it's just me. And then occasionally somebody's like, I've been here. I'm like, yeah, you're not talking. Like, talk to me. I know you're there, but like, chime in, talk to me. I don't know how to handle all this love. Well, you'll get used to it. This weekend, I think, is a nationwide freeze. Yeah, that we're supposed to have like that whole polar vortex bullshit. And it's like, tomorrow's supposed to be like 57 degrees here. And then it's supposed to drop instantly that night to like below 30. So I'm like, great. And keep going down. And it's like, I really don't. I was just like, all right, Connor, make sure your hoodie is out. Make sure you got that, like the good blankets. Everybody's set. Because the heat in my house is horrible. So it's just like, we just make sure that, we're good. If you're that cold, put on another fucking pair of socks. It was 70 yesterday here to drop down to 15. And again, I remind you guys, if you live in a place that's going to get hit by a freeze, run your water just a little bit. You don't have to let it like free flow. Just open it a little bit so it has a constant little drip. Otherwise your pipes could freeze. So just do that and you're good to go. I know, Mama. Just be careful. So tomorrow night is, Winning Saturday night. Always a good time. I know he's got this segment that he's doing songs. It's called A Song for You. He gave a little sneak peek last night, so that's going to be fun. Always fun. And then Sunday we'll be doing the show together with the old school documentary. Another part, I think part 4 or part 5, I forget, of The Century of the Self. And I don't know what movie we'll be watching, if it's going to be Animal House. I don't know. He's here, but I don't know if he's paying attention or near the keyboard. He could be doing something. But yeah, come join us for that because we love when you guys come and hang out. We start off on YouTube for that. And then so that we don't aggravate the YouTube gods, we head over to the free speech platform. We have fun and say whatever the fuck we want. So come do that. Join us. Really just come have a good time. All right. I love y'all. Have a good weekend, and I will see you in the Funny Papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And
prayer.
doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists damn right, it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey
a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down and Seaside Heights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be